really strong defensive tackles. But trust me, 290 pounds matched up against 91 is not the same as 290 pounds matched up against 58, because 58's only 245 on like a really good day. So this one is a really fun rep because it's grindy. This is everything you want out of the Bears running game. You get another G lead. Did you see it? Let's go back. We can make sure we watch. But so you get this pretty little cut down as both of them are going to down block so that Cody Whitehair pops out. You get Blasingame being the first through the hole, and then you get Herbert shucking tackles after the fact. Mustafer gets out to the second level, pushes him out of the play. Looks like Jones gets to the second level, pushes him out of the play. It's Blasingame versus Petrie. Now it isn't anymore. Then Herbert is going to take on an arm tackle. He's going to get stood up, and this might be my favorite part about it because I'm a Bears fan, I'm rabid, and I drool over this stuff. You get the whole Bears offensive line to push the pile and get about 20 extra yards. Now, I do think they take it back, but it's fun to see it anyways. That just a little bit of extra grit out of a running back that looked like he absolutely refused to be tackled for the overwhelming majority of the game. I love seeing how many hats on hats the Bears are getting right now in this ground game. And I would tell you that it's just the Texans, but they did this to the Packers. Like they did the same rushing success against the Pack. And to me, if you can do it against the Packers and then you could repeat it the week after that, you're just doing well. It didn't always work, as you can tell on plays like this, where sometimes guys made plays, and you got to be aware of that. In this case, it's 50. 50 on Houston is going to do awesome. Reinhardt, I agree with you. The forward pass should be illegalized. It should just the only thing that you should be doing is running the ball. And chances are, if you can have a second running back handing the ball off, then great. And let's just get Tom Brady a nice retirement package. But anyways, so point is that not everything can just be schemed. In this case, 50 does an amazing job. Says low man wins kind of thing, and he's going to just smoke this run play. I mean, it's not quite Akeem Hicks style because Akeem would always make the tackle, but he gums it up enough to where Herbert can never quite start off. And while there is a backside run lane, you can tell that 92 here is going to range over to make the play. And let's see, Ken Schaefer, thanks so much for subscribing. 92 has enough room to come make the play and stop it for like a gain of 3. But I just wanted to make it clear that 281 yards is a collection of a lot of really good running plays. And they're not all going to be like that great, which is fine. But little things like this, oh man, look at this. Like, I love watching things like this where you want to talk about setting up your blocks. You can also set guys up for broken tackles in this setting where Herbert is going to challenge this. Let's see. It hurts. But so, like, Herbert challenges the edge. He gets the DB to freeze his footing, and then he's just going to take off and leave the guy in the dust. I know, John. 3 yards used to be awesome. Herbert was just crazy, man. Like, Herbert in particular, flowers. He did everything a running back could do except catch the ball and, be Austin Eckler. But in the world of classical Bears running, like, this is awesome. Look at these points of contact, for crying out loud, as you've got the tight end, and I think that's EQ, that are just going to rip off of this. They're going to put their shoulders into guys, and then they're going to be able to keep them there. Like, there is some awesome stuff brewing in this Bears run game execution. And if I could just segue into the part of the game that obviously had everybody worried, it is hard for me, not impossible. Okay, so as a Bears fan, I've seen some weird stuff. I've learned that if you win Coach of the Year, that doesn't mean that you're any good. I've learned that if you have a surprising and successful season at quarterback in the same season that your coach won Coach of the Year, that don't mean nothing. Like, the Bears have taught me to trust nothing and to trust no one. So I don't. But it is hard for me to envision, just as I'm talking, I'll play more film. It is hard for me to envision that a team so well coached on the ground game with solid pass scheme that we'll go over is coaching Fields badly. And so if they're coaching Fields fine, then Fields played really bad. And if Fields, and either way, he has to play really badly. Don't get me wrong. Either way, Fields needs to play better. Fields has got to own the fact, and he did immediately after the game, that he played particularly poorly in this game. We'll go over it. I mean, this was a game, in my opinion, that the Bears had every reason to dominate. And again, in my opinion, I thought number one did his darndest to keep the Texans back in it. I mean, both of those interceptions were almost torpedoes, let alone some of the sacks that Fields took that torpedoed other drives. And I hear everybody out there, because I've read the tweets, I've thought about tweeting the same thing, right? That the Bears need to get some quick game going. And then you watch the All-22, and it's bad. Let's just segue. Because the Bears, okay, so what I want you to all ask yourself, if you get the opportunity, is I want you to just beg the question on, if you had a quarterback and that quarterback was playing poorly, would you continue to let him play poorly, or would you go away from him? Like, Steven, to use an example, this is one of my favorites. This is a quick game play from just about in the end of the half. This is a quick game play from the end of the half. You've got sticks right here where it's an out, and an up. And so you're supposed to go 1 to the tight end. But if that gets blanketed, you're supposed to bounce 2 to Mooney. And if that gets blanketed, then 3, the whole shot against cover 2, is open. So what happens here, right? As we take a look in slow motion, you're going to see 25 takes Kmet away. Okay, so 1, no, on to 2, right? And is Mooney open? Well, maybe. 21's right there. Fields is going to come off him. He's going to take a look, and then he's going to panic, even though that whole shot is there. Like, while I understand that 20 is fading, you've got an NFL wide receiver, and if you theoretically stayed tall in the pocket and laced the ball this way, there's nothing that just about anybody can do about it. And instead, it becomes a sack on first down, 2 yards or not. But Fields right now is as jittery as it gets in the pocket, and it is pretty brutal to watch. I mean, I need to actually just go back into the game so that we can take a look at some of these, because this is the part where I had all the running game lined out for us, and I need to actually just show you some of the passing woes. But this is, let me see, Reinhardt says, I was against this staff for like the whole offseason, but camp and everything they do made sense, and for 99% of the team is paying off. I can't help but agree. One thing I want to point out, we do need to talk just when it comes to game planning, right? Okay, so I try not, that's a stupid graph. I try not to criticize play calling for like a lot of reasons, right? 1, Flus. How much does Flus impact the game plan? 2, Fields. What has Fields actually earned in training camp, in OTAs, in everything? What are his favorite plays? Does he like quick game? Did he ask not to do quick game? Getsy. That's 3. Let me put that there. Like, Getsy, what's his ideal offense? Does Luke Getsy think that all the quick game stuff that they use in Green Bay is stupid? Like, he might. He might think that you can get away with it doing Russell Wilson-esque only screens. But you don't know, because we don't know. And then 4, game situation. Like, the trouble is that when I see people like, gosh, I cannot spell. When I see people criticize play calling and say this design sucks, this, that, like blah, 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 I don't disagree, because I get where a lot of people are coming from, but I will point out that like the Bears at this point have a lot of factors that control play calling, and I as an evaluator can't say they should call this instead. I can point out when they might be calling something too often, and we will. I can point out where I think Fields is messing up, and we will, but I kind of have to grade the game that I'm given and just question individual play calls. Like, we'll even go through the 3rd and 6 that the Bears ran on, and I'll explain why it's a more reasonable call than you think. They just got beat there, but let's dive on in. We've recorded our highlight, so let's go for it. Cleveland game was all quick. Dude nearly died. Guys, this was a mess. This was a mess for Fields. I have in my notes right here, like I've got little X's by where Fields messed up or screwed a play up, and there's like 9 of these, and that's like all Fields, which is not good. Now, one thing you will notice, because they're kind of all over, is that there are a lot of these plays, like the huge run that we saw, 26-26. Let's see here. I don't want Fields' quick game. I want offense. Now, there are plenty of plays just like this one where you will see Fields put his hands up to his head. You might wonder, what is he doing? He's checking. So right there, that's a check call. In the world of, because I saw somebody say the other day, like, is he audibling? The answer is yes. Let me turn my fan on real fast. It's hot in here. I am toasty. Technology. But so you'll see a whole lot of little checks throughout the game. You probably saw it in some of that run footage that we were looking at. So Fields is audibling at the line of scrimmage, but plenty of these play calls mean that how many Scott, he's back at his house. But so plenty of the play calls that we see, whether they're pass, run, or bootleg, they could have easily been checked out of. And Jay Sanders, I want to agree with you. I mean, Fields was bad. And let me put it this way. Fields had 106 yards, which isn't necessarily fair. He had 5 sacks. He had 2 picks, which sums up to 7 plays, right? That 106 yards came on 8 completions. So obviously when you have one more completion, which like 3 of those are screens, if not more, then you have bad plays, sacks or picks. It's a bad day. And like, I hear you, Jay Sanders, that like Trent Dilfer would talk about, that it might not have been as bad a game as meets the eye, but guys, we got to be able to look this kind of performance in the face and say, this is bad. This can't be acceptable. This can't be, okay, maybe he actually played pretty well, because Fields was pretty much the reason that the Texans still had the game at 20-20 until Roquan Smith came up with a huge interception. But again, we'll get to the interception later. We just have to talk about a lot of this stuff. So, for instance, quick game, which Fields was never super good at. If there was a habit that Fields needs to kick ASAP, Fields stared at Mooney a lot, right? So you're going to see Darnell Mooney and Khalil Herbert, and it's actually not a bad way to get into spot dig, basic as it gets. This is high school. Like, this is not hard, where you're going to watch this specific defender. If he sits on the dig route right there, you throw to the spot. If he sits on the spot route right here, you throw to the dig. Let's take a look at what happens. Watch the read defender with me. Oh, dang, it's that guy. Same rules apply. Same thing. 51, just change spots with him. So Fields is going to take a look. He's looking at the defender. He's looking at the defender. Defender goes to Mooney, right? Okay, so where are Fields' eyes? What is he doing? He is dipping out of the pocket and into a sack. Why didn't he throw the ball? It's hard to know. These, like, when people talk about confidence issues, this is what people are talking about, because you can plant. That's the end of your drop back right there, right? So he goes through his drop back, plant, and throw to Herbert. It's open. And it doesn't have to be an incredible play. I understand that I'm saying, throw for 3 yards. But it doesn't help anything with, J2K, you're stealing my analysis, man. Do you want to run the stream? But so it doesn't help anything that when you go to the end zone cam, you see that there's a really clean pocket and a running lane. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that this guy wouldn't range over and make the play, but move over. Like, you've got tons of room. Dandroid, we did have these same discussions about Mitch, but with Mitch, it was largely about accuracy downfield, and then Fields gave us question marks in that. I understand that everybody has said, oh, well, Fields only took a sack because he tripped over Braxton Jones. I wouldn't blame Braxton Jones for this. Like, if Fields has a problem in this one, it's that he doesn't move with a pocket that gives him tons of room over here, like a little bit of drift, which granted, I get that would be kind of weird because you'd be drifting out of the way. But at this moment, if he really wants Mooney, you can take a good step over in this direction and replant your feet. And if you get sacked, you get sacked, but trying to run out of a pocket that is not broken yet with an open receiver downfield. Reinhardt, thank you so much for jumping on in. Super helpful. This is, you have to pin this on the quarterback. If this isn't a quarterback sack, then no sack is on the quarterback. And I'm a big believer in when the offensive line, because let's count it out, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. When you can get to 3, you should be able to make a play. And I'm with you, Frosty. It looks like he was going to throw it, and then he didn't. Why didn't he? That's the throw. Like, if there's anything that I will say, this game is equally unkind to Mooney because, thank you, Reinhardt, super helpful. When you watch what Mooney did throughout the game, it felt like there were a ton of moments. Let's see, where he said, "Dis my guy," where he would basically say, "Screw the read, I'm throwing to my boy because Mooney's going to be open." He's had like two catches on the year. We're going to feed him the ball. And so he's staring at it. I think he's borderline being hopeful, Corey Booth. Like, I think he's waiting for Mooney to be open, and the linebacker plays it right. I mean, especially right here. The best part about what Fields could do, and Reinhardt said this last week in, let's see here. Thanks so much for subscribing, Son Bertone. But so Reinhardt said that last week in my comment section, and I completely agreed, that while Fields' potential is tantalizing past a certain point, we got to look at what's in the pudding. And if Fields can keep this play alive, you've got tons of people that that are going to draw the defense backwards. And as soon as you do, Khalil Herbert becomes that much more open to catch a quick ball, turn, and maybe make a play. Again, not the Orlovsky touchdown, but maybe make a play. Instead, because you lose 8 yards, the drive is over. 2nd and 10 becomes, we're punting now. Like, the play after that is a total bust. And this is obviously after the interception comes, which was awful in a word. Like, you've got some complicated ones, because this is the play after that where they just hand it off. They take some extra yards. This didn't make it into the run review because, situationally speaking, who cares, right? Like, yes, you got a super easy box to work with. When the Texans are gonna give you 10 yards off line of scrimmage, I sure bet you can gain 12 on the ground. But it's like, this is a play or a drive that gets torpedoed by an 8-yard sack, and Fields takes 5 of them. This one, 5 of them. Like, it's that you can't be taking these. And I think you know that. I tend to think I made my point. There's plenty of plays throughout this game where there's weirdness. Thanks so much, Frosty. Okay, so what do I need to do, speaking of, to all the people out there that are with me, what do I need to do to get emotes working in the chat? You tell me what emotes we need, but like, I want disappointed emotes, I want good emotes. What Bears emotes can I make? Anyways, let's get back to this. This is the screen throw, and I thought JT O'Sullivan in his Patreon only video, sorry guys, put it really well when he said, "This is the kind of throw that makes fans hate you." He's not wrong. But so the funny part about this is that I actually think him and Ebner miscommunicate. So if you take a look at the way Fields is anticipating this to be run, I think he expects Ebner to run straight line sideways, like fade up the sidelines, catch the ball, go. right? Ebner doesn't do that. Ebner is going to bubble backwards and then attack up the field. So when the throw comes in, of course, it's just a little bit too far, right? And again, I don't care. It's a bad throw. You can't miss this throw. You can't miss this throw. Like I've said this before, I will explain why I think it went wrong, but I don't always want to suggest that means I'm condoning why it went wrong. In this case, I think he and Ebner missed on where the ball was supposed to be. But if that's the case, what were they doing during OTAs? What were they doing during training camp? And I'm with you, John. I'm with you, Kusai. Going backwards is terrifying. A miss is a live ball for sure. That's why most of the running backs run it straight sideways. Because when you bubble backwards like that, you risk something like this. It needs to stay a forward pass so that you don't just completely botch a drive in the instant moment. But there's plenty more plays than just that. We'll go through some of the more minor, I guess, nitty-gritty offensive stuff, but I did want to cover, let's see. I must have this marked wrong. It is marked wrong. It's got to be here. So this is another one of the field sacks. This is sort of a you tell me. I don't want throughout this breakdown to... right. But so I don't want throughout this breakdown to make it sound like everything is Fields' fault. Not everything is Fields' fault. On this one, you're going to see a quick spot route right here, but that's really just a picking play so that Mooney can run a slot fade. Guess who doesn't get open? Darnell Mooney, who's blanketed. And by the time that we take a look there, he's already sacked. So is this the offensive line's fault? Kind of. Is this Fields' fault? Fields can actually make this work because his hot route is Equanimeous St. Brown, who's going to come across the field. And, he's just barely there. He would be emerging from the linebacker if he got rid of the ball pretty much right now. But Borum's getting beat. And Mustafer's I think it's Patrick is getting beat. So I'm going to leave this in your hands. Do you want to pin it on him because he's a quarterback? And that's just sort of the unfortunate truth of playing quarterback. You get a lot of credit for wins. You get a lot of credit for losses. Or is this something that you want to see better protection? I think we would all like to see better protection. But at this point, like J2K is saying, the throw is there enough. And Fields seems to take every sack that exists. That's something that I don't think gets talked about quite enough. Because I agree with you, Grant. There are a couple plays that we need to talk about where Fields looked legitimately improved because this is a tough play. It's just a play that's there. And it's a play that you beg the question, would Mac Jones have made it? I don't know. Would Joe Burrow have made it? Maybe. Some of the guys who are truly amazing pocket wizards, what would they have done? Is that always going to be Fields' game? Does Fields need to be at this point, does Fields need to be perfect, or does the offense around Fields need to be perfect for Fields to look any good? If the offense is good, can Fields make it sing? This is part of the complicated question about what's going on in the Bears passing game to divert further backwards in the game. And I think everybody kind of saw this one on the All-22 when it happened. So this is the super long run. And this is Fields right now. This is the whole game in the nutshell, right? You're going to see a basic smash concept. It's 3rd and 10. And that's always important to note because if Fields wants to just ignore the short route, he's well within his right to. Doesn't always make it the right call, but he does this all the time. Where on a 3rd down, he pretty much only looks past the sticks. I mean, credit to him, I guess, but past a certain point, you got to throw the ball. Anyways, so you're going to get an in that is going to occupy this corner right here, and then you're going to get a corner route over the top. And this thing's going to be open. As we snap the ball right here, you're going to see in 24 bites. Nickel corner is fading with him, but that's open. In the wide world of the NFL, you have got to hit the corner route like this. And at Ohio State, he did this all the time. I know he can make this throw. This is not Mitch Trubisky, who was so much better in this area right here, stopping at about the 13-yard mark. This is you have got to throw this ball. What's Fields doing? He's watching Mooney again. The combination is over the second you get this break. So right here, it is done. There is no more combination. But Mooney has yet to go through his guy. Now he's just flat out not open, and Fields is out of time. Like there is no check down from here, because while there might be, David Montgomery's been out there for a little while. So what happened on this play, right? Before we see the sweet run, Fields probably saw that this was going to be cover 2. And if it was going to be cover 2, so let me see. On the snap, he looked up and he saw a cover 1 roll. So he's going to see 36 roll up here. He's going to see this safety roll down here. You guys actually may like this. Just being honest, right? It doesn't work out. But I think Fields realizes that he has what's called an alert route, right? Alert. Which means it's not part of the progression, but if it's wide the hell open, obviously throw it. It's normally a space clearer. You see these all the time in all sorts of different things. But he knows that Mooney, at this point, is going to be one-on-one with a nickel corner as 36 shifts up into the center field. So if he's one-on-one on this super deep post, then, Mooney's going to come open if he doesn't hit his man. And if he did, and if he didn't, and Fields had launched it, it could have been a touchdown. I mean, it literally could have been a touchdown. So maybe we give Fields credit, right? Maybe at this point we say, okay, you know what? On second thought, I'm actually going to pin this one on Darnell, who I want to separate. Man, maybe the Bears should have traded for DK Metcalf. Maybe the Bears should have gotten a wide receiver 1. You're well within your right if you want to do that. But the moment that he spent all that time staring at Darnell Mooney was the moment that he guffed a perfectly solid third down opportunity and then has to make magic happen, with the bright side being he can do that. And, that's sweet. That's a sweet set of moves in the pocket as a runner. Is it pocket management? No. This is more like open field running. I mean, this is guys in space. This is making people miss. This is athlete stuff. It's not really subtle pocket management skills. It's not really sliding and dipping in the pocket. This is as soon as you this is just sliding through, making 2 dudes miss, and being a better athlete than 5 who doesn't take a sweet angle. Like you're saying, John, this is the whole Fields experience wrapped into one play, right? Let me see, the anticipation throw on the guy running the sidelines. AGM, do you mean the corner route that we talked about? Because yes, I agree. Honestly, bear down, I think EQ's had a really solid season here. This is one where I have to pin it on the quarterback with an assist to Mooney. But you got to hit the corner route. It's a sweet play. It's one that you need, in my opinion, to hit. Or it's a sweet play after the fact. But as far as a mental rep goes from the quarterback perspective, I don't love it. I mean, maybe the piece where it's so he's sitting on inside leverage and he tries to go through outside leverage, but the corner does do a really good job of stopping him. That's good technique. 21 does a good job here. As much as we could say, because, I mean, you could try to, that if Mooney just gets around him, he's through. I mean, yes, but the corner at this point is trying to stop exactly this route. This route right here that Mooney's running is what 21's worried about. As soon as Mooney turns it into a post over here, it's the safety's problem. Credit to the Houston defenders. They actually play this one pretty well. But I'm of the opinion, John. So Fields right now is also in wait and see mode. So he wanted to see him beat him before he ran. But since, in my opinion, you're running a combination, you might as well be throwing the play call in the trash the moment that you take the alert. I want to see him throw this ball right here, because I think he's got every ability to. This is it's a great play by a great athlete. It's not a good quarterback play by a quarterback that I want to be better. And they kind of do this throughout the rest of the game. I mean, one thing that you will see, so I wanted to show you this. The Bears didn't just run 1. The Bears didn't just run 2. The Bears ran 7 play action rollouts, and here they all are in succession. The first one worked out okay. You got a nice little over route. You got your standard post plus wheel with the over. You got somebody coming through in the flat. Simple stuff. Boom. Throw might be a little bit high, but Pringle, honest opinion, this is the second time I've said this about Pringle. You catch the ball right there, you should be able to speed turn and get up the field, which he does not do. R.I.P. Pringle's calf. That's not even me trying to be some kind of a massive homer. Like, we've now had this twice where it's like it makes Fields' throw look awful. And I mean, the jump does that just well enough. But you catch this football, you shouldn't just be going out of bounds right there, in my opinion. But 512 yards is going to look it's going to do that. So, or 512 yards doesn't look like it's going to materialize in Chicago. Then later in the same drive, they call another one. This one gets covered up really well, right? Where you have over, big deep shank, and nothing's there. Fields does a good job just getting the ball out. JT wants him to make a move. I think he's insane. I don't think any quarterback, unless you're Kyler Murray, maybe, shouldn't be expected to make this guy miss. But that's one where if you wanted to blame the Bears receivers for not separating, you're well within your right to do so, because why on earth do you have the DB putting the clamps on? I don't know who that is. Sorry to this man. But like, you want a little more separation than necessarily that. I don't know if that's the play he got hurt on. Here's another rollout that, honest to goodness, I'm shocked Fields didn't get sacked on. This was sack number 6 because it's Jones, washes his guy around the edge on a play-action rollout, and 55 just almost like beats him there. I don't know quite what Fields is waiting for. I think he really, really wants to throw it to Darnell Mooney because the running lane's wide open. But here, I feel like we're moving too fast, so I'll slow it down just a little bit. Here you've got your much more normal, like, block in and then trickle out. You've got, I think he's doing that. I didn't really look. And then you've got Mooney coming across on the over. There's an over in literally all of these. So Kmet hits his guy. They call this the sneak flat, where you block and then you just peter out right there for if the flat's not open. I think it's designed in this play for Fields to have his legs as the flat route. Like, normally you'd see a route right here, but we're not talking about Nick Foles. We're talking about Justin Fields. I think he's supposed to go. And he wants Mooney. I can understand why he thinks he wants Mooney, but I would like him to play just a little bit faster. And he still gets like 6 yards. Hey, not horrible. But this does seem like a play where he could have been a little bit more decisive if we wanted to be really, really hard. But that's already 3 boots. So here's another boot. And on this one, like, the Bears booted 7 times. I'll let it play so that you can see what I'm talking about, because it starts to get worse and worse as they go. You end up with a guy in Fields' face consistently. Like, the Bears boot actions off of I formation and, or like especially under center, if there's one criticism I will levy on Getsy's offensive scheme right now, it's that every time the Bears go under center, there is no threat of Justin Fields dropping back to pass. Now, has Fields earned that? Kinda. Fields is definitely part of that problem. But whenever they boot, it is either a run this way or a boot that way, and especially to the right, because we're going to see out of the 7 boots, 6 of them were to the right side. Credit to EQ. He understands his rules here. The Texans end up overcommitted to this side. This is an accident. But because he sees that the throwing lane over here is hazy, he's just going to stop, right? And Fields is going to tee that up, pocket the ball to him, and from there, an athlete in the NFL goes and does things that athletes in the NFL do. This is something that we need to point out, because on the subsequent rollout, I think that Fields is in the right to do what he does here. When, if you remember this, Fields floats the ball over. If your head is where my head was at during the broadcast, you went from oh no to oh no. But actually, I think Fields has the right idea. There are some of these plays where I want to see Fields rewarded for what I think is actually solid operation of the offense. 81 here needs to see the exact same thing and stop. Let me draw a little hexagon. Stop. He doesn't. He keeps running. Fields is actually going to throw the ball behind him, because he assumed he would stop back here. He didn't. It ends up super dangerous. You cannot do this kind of stuff. We do need to give Fields, like, whatever the opposite of flowers are in this case. or that like Fields has the right idea, but you have to own that if you are going to float the ball like that, somebody's got to be there to catch it. Credit to Fields that he didn't throw it into a legitimate high danger area. But on this one right here, to go back a little bit, cannot believe I was this precise. Fields threw a pick. This guy was going to catch it. And the only reason he didn't is because Mooney got a finger on it. I know there are a lot of people, justifiably, saying that Mooney needs to catch this if he wants to be a wide receiver 1, but it's a tough throw, and I'll pull the end zone angle out in a little bit on that one. But so, yeah, back-to-back, these, let's see. Thanks, Adamola. The back-to-back, I think that these plays make a lot more sense, J2, where they get the space that they want. Jake Tong is 81 with nobody near him within like a 10-yard radius. But because Tong just keeps running and ends up way out of the play, he covers himself. Had he done what I think is in the Shanahan playbook last time I read it, he just stops right here, basically puts his arm in the air, and Thorns, it's a good idea, Ken. But so he puts it up. It's not quite there. Either way, that's something that you'd like to see converted. I won't ding Fields for it because, again, I thought he had the right idea. But, after 6 of those, the defense is going to keep on. Or, like, they are going to catch on eventually, especially near the end of the game. They realize, they being the Texans, that if the Bears were in the I formation, right, and exactly, Case. Exactly. If the Bears are in the I formation under center, it is either a run or it's a rollout. So as soon as Fields goes this way, you're going to see Petrie tee him up, just in case. He's right. Fields turns around. JT O'Sullivan would say this is where the mesh point was. The Fields needs to get vertical so that in a worst case scenario, he can flick the ball at the tight end's feet. Because, hey, if Fields had found something, he's closed. Come on. It's not open. You'd just be able to throw it away. But either way, I will say you can't run an entire offense off of bootlegs or this happens. And we didn't just say this about Fields because we saw this as a problem within the Cleveland game, but we also saw it as a major problem within Trubisky's game against New Orleans in the playoffs in 2020, where they were running bootlegs left and right. But in that case, they would just let Mitch throw it and he'd feed it to this guy who'd just get absolutely lit up. And we saw a couple guys that I honestly think walked away with injuries after that game, but they just sucked it up because they were in the playoffs. But the rollouts that the Bears did, like, it's cool when you do it once, even if you spill. But you may not want to do it 7 times. The problem was that if you take a look at the rest of the game, and I know we're bouncing around, hang with me, get your questions ready. We can go through, we can go through all the nitty gritty. But the big problem was that whenever you did drop Fields back a little bit more normally, he tended to kind of let you down. I mean, this is a 4th and 18. I'll show you the play, then I'll show you what I see when I look at this in the all 22. And let me be clear. I know I'm being harsh. It's on his Patreon, J2. And honestly, his Patreon's worth it. You get like an hour of him breaking down the Bears offense every single week, which is nice. So this is actually not Fields' fault, in my opinion. I picked the wrong play, so I'll go over that one in just a little bit. But as soon as they drop back, we're actually going to see nobody open on this one. And I think, so we've talked about, or I can see the chat has been giving EQ his flowers, as you should. I think EQ's been surprisingly pretty good this year. But you got to separate. The Texans are playing cover 3. Why are they playing cover 3? It's because they can't really stop the run either. And so they've put Jalen Petrie in the box so that if the Bears, who are under center with a fullback, for crying out loud, if they do run the ball, that you've got an extra body in the box to try to help take care of it. How do you attack cover 3? Well, with him basically acting in cover 3, both corners act like safeties, right? They're going to go defend the deep third of the field. So a dig route should easily separate. And I mean easily, right? EQ doesn't. If you take a look at this route, EQ gets no separation. Credit to Sauce Gardner, who's this is Stingley. Credit to Derek Stingley. He's very good. So we can tip our hat to the fact that we know that this is a very talented corner. But on a dig route, you got to separate. In the wide world of weapons, we need that one because that's got to be a conversion. When you get a dig route like this, if it's the Rams offense, they've got somebody to get it. If it's honestly any offense, Sammy Watkins was just killing the Bears on this exact kind of routes or slants that were similar. You've got to hit your digs. Digs are easy throws for a quarterback if you can just get a little bit of separation. Because if you're talking half a field of separation, you can get this through the linebacker right there and you're fine. But exactly, Reinhardt, he's really got no agility. I'm glad Fields didn't throw it to Mooney. You can see him thinking about it. He's like, I'm not going to do it, girl. I was just thinking about it. But he throws it away at the end, which, that could be worse. Let's see. The play that I had in mind is over at 7:05. This one is going to, let's see, they're playing Meg. It totally looks like C3 match Liz Rip, or C3 match Liz Rip to get the whole word out, Jordan. But when you've got outside leverage, you've got to. I personally think that when you have an inside route against outside leverage, you just got to find a way to get it. I mean, I don't want to be the guy who finds a unique way to say, get it done. But especially when your quarterback is struggling to hit the windows that he is, go get some separation for him. But if I'm going to be critical of Fields, I'm going to be critical of everybody. Exactly like you're saying, Jordan. It's a great play on Stingley's part. He follows his man just like he should. But it sucks when that's against you. Anyways, so this one's an offsetting penalties play, but it counts for reps because we are going to see a roughing the passer and we're going to see an intentional grounding. The only problem is that I don't think Fields had to ground this because look at Kmet and look at Pettis, right? Yes, he's about to get whooped. I know that. But Kmet comes straight through on this blitz. And if you want to talk about throwing through the blitz, beating the blitz, you need to hit this. And I need to make sure we watch this play because this is one of the only times, it's not like literally the only time, but this is one of the only times that the Texans really sent anybody. And you need to keep that in mind because Wink Martindale, the New York defender, oh my gosh, words, Robert. The baby's getting to you. The New York defensive coach, whoa, he blitzes all the time. Wink Martindale is going to blitz Fields' brains out. And if Fields isn't ready for it, he's going to have trouble. This is not easy. Was there a chance that Fields could have stepped up? Sure looks like it, doesn't it? And so, yeah, New York Giants. Thank you, John. New Jersey Giants. Now I see what you mean. I think there's a lane for him to step up. I don't even think that's being all that critical. I've seen way too many. No kidding, Jordan. I have seen way too many quarterbacks that come out of their fake and immediately step up. I've got a Derek Carr clip from like a long time ago where he does exactly the same thing and hits a play just like this. And you want to hear the worst part? Let's see, what do we got? Thanks so much, Chris. So happy to see you along. But so if Fields hits Kmet in stride, I actually don't know where he gets tackled because he has 51 beat clean. Like all the people out there who love you some Cole Kmet, not the Cole Kmet haters, the Cole Kmet lovers. Like if he, yes, we will in just a little bit, AGM. Like if he hits Kmet in stride, Kmet may not be like gone, but if you get a good block here, there's a chance he rumbles all the way down the sidelines and gets in the end zone because the safety, let me just make sure we're all clear. Because if I'm going to say there's a potential touchdown on the board, I'm going to mean it. The safety has his hips turned the wrong way, so he would have needed to flip his hips. Chances are Kmet gets tackled right around the sidelines over there. But it's like this is a play that you want to see your quarterback make. And you know what? If he's frozen by the linebacker that stops right there, just whip the ball to the guy on the slant because he's open too. But so let's take a look at the end zone angle. It's tough. Let me be clear. It's bang, bang. If you and I were playing quarterback, we would not make this throw because it's hard. I just know that there's way too many quarterbacks on Sundays that do this kind of thing. When people talk about stepping up in the pocket, when people talk about making a play or making life hard on your offensive line, there is a lot of grass right here to step into and then loft the throw to Kmet however you want it to. Instead, truly, the only ways that I've ever seen Fields move are this way, that way, that way, that way, or in the rare case, this way. Like, I don't see Fields step up in the pocket. When he does, he becomes a runner and tries to run it somewhere, which is fine. It's in his 13th start, but like, you need to step in and like, it basically, I don't know, play quarterback. And like you're saying, Reinhardt, worst case scenario, he eats a roughing the passer call, which honestly, like, I don't know. Guys, I'm the biggest defense homer on earth. It always makes me feel so bad when a defensive back grinds his way to the quarterback, just tries to put whatever hit he can on him, and ends up head to head. Like, according to any rule book, this is roughing the passer, and I understand that. I am so on the team. Like, what's the defender supposed to do, right? But so, like you're saying, I mean, he looks at Kmet, and then he looks away. And I think it's because he feels the pressure. Like, right now, I would argue that Fields, with way less sacks under his belt, has the David Carr syndrome, where right now he cannot finish a play with pressure in his face on purpose. He did it a bunch last year. At least it seemed that way, like making some really tough throws amidst taking a huge hit. But right here, a strong step up or even a couple steps forward is going to force 32, who just lost his balance, to engage with you. And the moment that you do that, you loft a throw over to your second round pick tight end, and maybe he goes out and makes a play. It's no kidding, Derek. But so it's, let me see, a couple people do. Grant, you're exactly right. Like, it's funny that Grant Lack mentions this. Like, some quarterbacks would just flick it, like, right there. They just flick the ball, and everybody would go, gosh, isn't Aaron Rodgers, isn't Patrick Mahomes, isn't Josh Allen, isn't Lamar Jackson just amazing? And with Fields, it ends up being, I mean, it's clear as day, intentional grounding, but it's not a connection. I mean, the biggest problem, we have seen him do it before, but it's, yes, Case, paranoid sense of pressure for sure. And Mike, you're 100% correct. In case I didn't I should have made this clearer. This is not a good block by Sam Mustafer, though it's an extremely hard block by Sam Mustafer, because for as much as we've talked about, like, G lead, the Bears fake G lead. They pull Cody Whitehair. So Sam, who is just trying to keep pace with his block, or with his man, 50 does what he's supposed to do and follows the puller, right? And Sam tries to wash him down, but he doesn't get out of his set super well, as you can see right there. Kind of goes for a punch and doesn't quite get it. Whiff. And then he recovers, and he recovers, like, not horribly. I'll tell you what I think Mustafer does a bad job. This is, like, bad, but he was also schematically going to have a rough one on this down, and he did. Braxton Jones, hey, credit to him. 70's playing pretty well. Like, he runs out, he gets a handle on his guy, and I understand he ends up with a quarterback hit, but you're not supposed to. I don't like this play, Jordan. It's not like, it's bad. I spent 2.5 minutes, Jordan, laughing at Sam Mustafer getting bullied by Kenny Clark last week, and I think I just feel for him. Like, again, he's a UDFA. He didn't ask to be the starting center. He didn't ask to be embroiled in another controversy, but here he is. And Reinhardt, I don't want to say out loud, oh, do I like the concept? So I will do whatever it takes to get Fields in the pocket normally. Like, I don't like G lead play action pass. I think you can do so many other play action passes that aren't off of G lead, for crying out loud. If you asked me to pick on the concept, thank you, Jordan, for asking. I think you're really overcomplicating it when you try to take a blocker away and just leave this hole for anybody to come on in. Like, this is, I wouldn't, like, especially since you can do inside zone, outside zone play action very easily with a pocket. I like Fields not rolling out. I think Fields, when he throws strikes, is at his best, but don't give it any extra pressure. And right now, I mean, like, he's skittish as all get out. If there can be a problem, they will have a problem. Going through my play sheet, if there is anything that I was going to say about, oh man, Okay, so I want everybody to just take a look at this column right here, where I documented what type of play they were running, and I want you to notice that here at the start of the game they have play action rollout and play action drop back, and from there you are not going to see a single instance of pass and then pass, except for screen pass and then pass sack. Like run game, I guess there's like screen PA rollout, it's like a pass run right here, and he just like it's a pass that Fields turns into a run. But for the most part, they didn't call back-to-back passes the entire game. And I don't know if that's necessarily the problem. And I agree with you, McFact. Like, a lot of that's because of the skittish nature, or not the skittish, the underperforming nature of Fields right now. You can only call so many passes when you're taking L's on most of those passes. And speaking of taking L's, you know that means we have to talk about the interceptions. So let's take a look here. We talked about the screen. We talked about a lot of, and then we'll talk about like some of the good. There were good. I just don't know if it outweighs. Okay, so here's the problem, right? I did like a tweet a while ago that compared a bunch of Mitch's best plays to a bunch of plays that backup quarterbacks in the NFL had made. And the whole point, the thesis of that tweet was just because somebody does something special doesn't mean they're good, which sucks. But that's like, it's true. And one of the reasons that matters is because when it comes to Fields, we're going to talk about some of the things he did well, but I got to be clear, just because he did like 3 things right in this game doesn't erase plays like the one that we're right about to talk about. Let's see. Man, those references are heartbreaking. We had Orton on the pod, David Carr, Darnold. Yeah, no, true. Like, these references, like yeah. That's true, John. It was poking the bear a little bit. But the point is that plays like this one, which is an interception, they can't happen. You got to remember that at this moment, the score is 10-0. And I understand that normally we don't actually talk about this with score. We barely even talk about down and distance half the time. I think it all matters. We just, you got to fit a lot of tape into like 3 hours, which somehow I make really hard. But so it's 2nd and 11 ampersand 11 on a 10-0 score line, and they're at the 20. So when they called a basic orbit motion, like quick, I mean, it almost literally looks like that. It's a seam route, and it is a slot fade looking route that is just intended to victimize the safety out here. And the moment Fields pulls the ball back, throw it. The Kmet is so open, but he hesitates just a little bit. I mean, this is, you can't see the counter. This is literally from this moment to the moment I'm about to show you there's no way that's a second. Yeah, it's about a half a second, but it's just long enough for Fields needing to change the throws. Like this, because you talk about protection. This is a sweet pocket. And so as soon as Fields rips it, this throw has to be better. And I disagree with you, Matt. Kmet may have slowed down a little bit, but Kmet's right. I agree. Kmet's expecting for this throw to sit him down. Like, he expects at this point, because Fields, Kmet is his first read, ESB is his second read. So going to Kmet here, check mark for me. But the throw needs to be right on the body on the break, because you've got a safety sitting over the top of him. And if you don't, and when you do, if you lead this guy, the safety comes and just about takes his head off. So for the sake, or like for safety's sake, to avoid throwing a hospital ball, you sit down. That's why Kmet slowed down. I still think the throw was out in front of him, but Kmet sits where I would expect him to. Pretty much the first down marker. Like, he stops, he expects this throw to just hit him right in the chest, just about burn a hole in him. It doesn't. It's a horrible interception. Like, the EQ throw is a touchdown, totally, but I can't clarify this enough. On this show, we talk all, yeah, no kidding. Exactly, Grant. I try to talk all the time on this about we need to take a look at where in the progression each route is, because while Equanimeous St. Brown ends up wide open for a touchdown, that's just not the first read of Fields' progression, and I'm not asking for him to get that right. I'm asking for him to hit a first down here because he absolutely can. He just doesn't. And this kind of airmail is just unacceptable. I mean, you want to talk about somebody who is stunned. Like, look at Fields' body language right after the throw. Like, it's simple, right? But he just kind of soaks it in. Everybody else is running to go take it. I'm not trying to call him a quitter. Fields is, like, by all stretches of the imagination, he's a hustler. But you can tell he took this one hard. Like, well, so you can see it here from the back angle as well, that when he drops back, he has Kmet open. You have got to throw this better than that. It's not great timing, but it's still good enough. It's just way out in front and a little high, and it comes out a little wobbly. Pass doesn't get tipped. It's just not great. And then they have to come back. I think, is it Kmet that brings him down? Honestly, solid hustle from 85. Check this out. Like, breaks back to the ball, dips through a block, gets one arm down. It's silly, right? But it's solid. At this point, like, McFact, I don't think this took a long time to develop. I think this is a really solid play call. I think that when he hits the back of his drop, you got to throw it. Like, take one step, let that thing go. If you get this to Kmet quicker in stride, he's not running for a touchdown, but he is getting a first down. Like, there are plenty of scenarios where I've seen in situations like this, I see Rodgers just dump the ball. Like, as soon as he hits his drop, he just flicks the ball reaches him here, safety's still in his break. Suddenly you've got a safety that's going backwards versus a tight end that's going forwards, and nobody's saying you definitely break the tackle, but if somehow Kmet does break the tackle in that scenario, he's literally home free, and he ends up getting chased down by, like, this defensive back or something after, like, 40 yards. I mean, there are a lot of these plays that when you see what the best playmakers do, the gist is, and this is part of why I think I'm focusing so hard on this, you don't have to get all of your yards through the air. When you've got a playmaker in wide open space and you can just dump the ball off to him, you do it. Because like we saw, like we've seen with the Equanimeous St. Brown earlier in the show, when he caught that, if you remember the rollout where Equanimeous, like, settled and then took the ball. Equanimeous St. Brown is not Tyreek Hill, and when he caught the ball with 10 yards of space, he made 15 yards afterwards, because that's what NFL athletes do. If you get Cole Kmet the ball in this setting, he's going to go make a play. You can't throw an interception on this. It's not even a bad decision. I think that's the worst part. Like, I know that there are tons of people out there that are saying, and I would have said this too, like, I'll forgive the mental errors, or, like, I'll forgive the physical errors. It's the mental errors that bother me. You know, there are enough mental errors in this game that the physical errors are a real problem, because at the very least, I want to see Fields make a big play. What's the word I'm looking for? I want to see Fields hit all of the physical mistakes that he can. And somebody asked earlier about the tackles. Braxton has a pretty easy time here. Larry doesn't get a ton at him. It's good protection. Like, if he wanted to sit on this for a little while, he could. But it's open. That's why he threw it. He just sails the throw. And that is bad. I mean, like you said, Case, he went on the sidelines and threw his helmet afterwards. Like, rough body language in general. Not that, like, I don't know. You guys can decide whether that matters. But it immediately became a 10-7 game. And then after that, let me see. After that, the Bears very quickly went over, and that's when they took the sack. Like, you want to talk about making, let me see. John asks, how's his footwork? We can quickly go back and take a look. So one of the biggest problems here is that I'm, like, not a quarterback literal guru, right? Like, when it comes to footwork, I've seen a lot of people do it a lot of different ways. It looks like he lets his front foot kick out a little bit too far wide, but I really try to leave this to guys that know better, like JT O'Sullivan or plenty of others, plenty that aren't me. I can tell you about the gist of the concept, but I've never been in an NFL locker room. I've never coached a quarterback, so I don't know. It doesn't look that ugly. It's not like Fields is fading backwards, like I know Trubisky had a big problem with, just throwing off his back foot all the time. He steps into it. He just steps into it badly. And It's not good. One thing that the Bears did do a little bit of that I think is worth mentioning. This is completely orthogonal to Fields, but the Bears are running a lot of RSOs. They are like RPOs, but instead of a pass, it's a screen. So when Fields takes a look, he checks whether or not like this screen is worth doing, and like he doesn't think it is, he hands it off. So some of these run calls could be screens if you don't have somebody lined up right over your screen guy. Especially, did they go in motion here? Let's see. What do we got? We got a little ding. Hey, J. Pate. Oh, gosh. J. Pate Lacus. Oh, man, that sucked. I'm so sorry. Thanks so much for jumping in. Always great having a new subscriber. But so, even if it means I got to embarrass myself reading your name, go ahead and like the video, by the way, if you're enjoying it. But so, taking a look at this play right here, the Bears went in motion. When they went in motion, you could see somebody follow his guy. So as soon as you get not zone, but a man setting, you know that the screen right here is not going to be as clean as you want it to be. So you take the snap, you hand it off, you take your best shot. The Bears offensive line doesn't do a great job here. Happens sometimes. But there are options on some of these plays when people talk about oh, not me. When people talk about, oh, the Bears aren't running enough passes. Well, in this case, you got to remember that Fields ran the ball on 3 of his called passes. Then he took 5 sacks. Then he had 17 completions. That's 25. 17 passes plus, I'm going to turn that into a plus. Nope. 17 plus 5 plus 3 equals 25. Is that the number everybody wants? I mean, kind of. Is it the number everybody's begging for? That's 40. But you get the idea. It's not a great game, but a lot of his decisions are certainly his own. Let's see. There's another one. What Ralph, that's a good question. Was Mooney interfered with? I don't think so. The defensive back has their own right to their space. So when a receiver runs into the defensive back, it's not interference. It's when the defender runs into the receiver that things go the other way. All right, hang in there. Let's see. We've got to talk about the other interception because it wasn't good either. 30-52. What is the quick cancel? Let's see. EM, how you doing? Let's see. When you say he said no, Bear, what do you mean? Let's see. Yeah, no. Not to compare, Josh Allen had 63 attempts, 100%. Let's see. Running smash with a hitch in a corner. That's cool. On the backside of what progression, Jordan? Which player specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about the seam thing? No, not that one. Pickle juice. Is that it, Iceberg? Is that the secret? Let's see. Oh, yes. I don't think it's on the backside. I thought it was on the front side, right there with Mooney. That was at least what I saw. But so now the Bears end up with, let's see. $30-52. So now we got to get to 30-52. And, Africana, honestly, if you don't mind me just addressing it, it's not that I think that Fields is necessarily the problem, but in this game, he certainly did not play well. And to say he didn't play well isn't being fair because he made, I think he personally made a lot more legitimately negative plays than he did positive plays. And that's just never good as a quarterback. It's not that quarterbacks are easy to find. It's not that they grow on trees. It's not that, what's the word? It's not that changing quarterbacks to Trevor Siemian is going to fix the Bears. I don't think anybody's delusional enough to think that somehow changing off of Justin Fields is going to fix the Bears right now. The problem is that if Fields isn't on the Josh Allen path, if he is on the Christian Ponder path, RIP, hopefully not, then the Bears are in trouble and they got some problems that they got to solve. So here, for instance, is the next one. So this is the other pick that they threw, and the Bears dial up a sweet beater for Tampa 2. I don't know how the Bears thought that they were going to get this look, but it's 3rd and 6. They must have seen that Lovey likes taking a mug front right here and dropping it out. Yeah, Jordan, your profile picture does look really good. And they must have seen that they like dropping out into Tampa 2 from this, which means, in case you don't know what Tampa 2 is, you're going to have this linebacker drop to here, and both of these safeties are going to drop to here. Now, what I'm about to show you is going to sound harsh, but Fields has the right idea. Mooney's open. He's just got to throw it right now. And that may look hard. It is hard. But we've seen linebackers get this throw stapled over the top of them enough as Bears fans. I know Aaron Rodgers has done it a ton of times. But the main thing you got to realize is that the safeties' hips are both pointed outside. You throw this ball right now, and neither of them can actually reach Mooney, who's well past the linebacker at this point and only going to continue. But because he waits that key extra second, because he hitches and then throws, now both safeties are ready for it. Like, as soon as if you tried to throw this ball into the same window, both safeties can easily get there. So I think if anybody was wondering what Mooney was doing at this point, I think Mooney was expecting a back shoulder ball, which I still think Jalen Petrie would have had a perfectly decent time breaking on, but he airmails it. I mean, he ends up late. Because he's late, he tries to do a little bit too much with the throw. There's so much of his game in this specific contest that I think can be attributed to he was late, so he tried too hard, so it didn't work out. This kind of stuff does work in the preseason. You can take your time in the preseason. And no, it's not like he got phenomenal protection from Larry Borum, who had a pretty good day in the run game and a pretty bad day in pass pro. Like, we've seen Borum get beat a couple times. This is a nasty one. You do not want your quarterback, like, getting vertical at this point. Chi-Town, what did JFC to make the throw? He saw this right here. This is what you want. When you get this look in Tampa 2, like, you've got to throw this ball. This is exactly the route you want against Tampa 2. And it's like the play call itself is like a 3 verts kind of concept, which, normally you want 4 vert, or you've seen 4 verts, but the EQ's not open. It's funny you say that. Like, if Fields threw to EQ right now, I think that's EQ, this safety gets there. That's not open. It's that middle seam that is. The problem is he throws it so late that it looks like EQ's wide open, because now all of a sudden this safety looks like he's turning in, but this is just a very common, like, this is a common Tampa 2 beater, and Fields guffs it. Like, the bottom route right there, let me see. That one's covered too. Like, unless he, like, chops it down, which he doesn't. If Fields threw this, I guess you could say it's a hole shot. You certainly could, but the ball's already out of his hand. And I tend to try to make sure that in any time we're talking about quarterback decision making, that we only talk about it right here. And you can see this safety is bailing out towards the side. The decision Fields makes is fine, but it's a bad throw. And it's basically like it's a mental mistake that converts to a physical mistake. He could have potentially thrown it over the shoulder, Chi-Town, to hit him out of bounds. Like, certainly not impossible, but I would rather he just throws on time. Let me see. That's what's frustrated. Feels like all we wanted was more balance. For example, Borum was awesome in mirroring in pass pro. No displacement. This year, the whole opposite. Yes. Like, I do think Borum's playing lighter. I think Borum's getting smoked on anything that involves power, which is not great for him. But this is a nasty interception. And again, it gave did this one give the Texans the lead? It might have. Let me see. He was making this kind of throw last year, so what changed? Chi-Town, I tend to think that... so, let's see. 2020. What was it before the pick? I think it was still 2020, actually. Yeah, it was, which is a huge defensive play. Like, you want to talk about some of the little things that the defense did. We're going to have to take notes down on when it was, just to make sure that we get it on the All-22. But the defense had some huge stands after offensive moments of failure where they would have absolutely been forgiven off of sudden change to at least give up the lead, and they didn't. Credit to them. Honestly, there is a lot to take away to like from a coaching perspective, given that you were working around a quarterback that was not playing well. Africana, that's a little ridiculous, if only because while the offensive line's definitely not been great pass blocking, to call 281 yards on the ground pedestrian is enough to just about get you muted. So at this stage, like, make sure you're at least participating in the dialogue, or we are going to have to put you in timeout. Anyways, so I do think Reinhardt, like you're saying, he's rattled and taking too long. Slim Jim, is this the worst performance on a win I've seen from the Bears in the past 5 years? No, the Bears have won much worse games, believe it or not. I mean, from a defensive perspective, I would say that there's like a lot of games that I can think of, as a matter of fact, where I think the Bears played worse. The one that comes to mind is when Trubisky attempted 7 passes against Carolina and they won that game. I think that another one that comes to mind, if I could just think about it, like, okay, so in the past 5 years, that would encapsulate the 2017 Carolina game, I believe. If it doesn't, I thought Trubisky was horrible in that Rams game that they won. The Santa Slay game, we just don't need to remember the rest of that. The Seattle game is another good one. Same year, 2018, where the team, or no, that was 2019, and that was a sweet game. But the team itself played really badly on offense. And they won that game too. Like, the Bears have a knack for winning super ugly games. Another one that I think, yeah, that's the thing, T3. Like, when you actually go back and you watch the tape, Fields doesn't look clueless, except for a couple where you go, holy smokes, what are you doing? But even those are kind of rare. Everything makes sense. Whether it's him staring down Mooney thinking he's going to get something he doesn't, whether it's, okay, yeah, exactly, Blazing. If you don't like that, you don't like Bears football. There's tons of stuff. Every time I watch the tape is almost always kinder to a quarterback than not, because you can only see the quarterback during the game, so everything looks like the quarterback's fault, and it's not. Bear down. There are some, not bear down. Yes, bear down. But Corey Booth, I think there are some of these plays where I would argue Fields isn't just ripping it. I want him to, or he's barely even making the right reads. I can tell you that Fields has a game plan. There aren't moments where he's looking at the defense just lost. Ooh, okay, I got some good ones for you. All right, so let's talk about some good things that Fields did, because there were some where, let me see, stuff like this, where one thing that I would like to see is that the Bears got a lot of looks just like the one I'm about to show you, where after they finally get settled, they go out wide, and holy moly, can we all agree that this is a crazy amount of space for the Bears to work with in the passing game. This is something that, as far as being a running team, they've got to make sure that they're ready for, because eventually teams are just going to commit a bunch of guys in the box. And formations like this do a lot for that, because you can see that they went from a loaded formation, like a condensed set, into a split trips, where they were muddled around the line of scrimmage. There's enough big bodies that easily could have become anything. But then as they line up, oh, look at that. It turns out we're playing bunch, and it strings the defense out so that they're in a mug look. What are they going to do with it? They're going to run a really sweet Y cross. And this is something that Fields did a lot of at OSU. This is something that, as a matter of fact, CJ Stroud missed on in the Notre Dame game just the other day. Not a big deal. Who cares? But Fields is going to rip this throw. It looks really pretty. Like, look at that. Look at this snipe. It's nice. It's like one of the one things he did well. But when we talk about, like, okay, is it in there? Like, look at this. Fields is going to drop back. Step, step, step. Pop, pop, pop. Fire. Bang. This is gorgeous. And I mean, come on. Like, yes, I know he's open, but that's exactly how you want to throw it. That's exactly when you want to throw it. This looks really comfortable. If Fields can get to this level of comfort, gracious. Like, can we please? Or like, this is huge. This, I say that all the time when I don't know what to say. If Fields can get to this level of comfort with other concepts, he can really be something. The question is, like, we're not even getting 180 yards out of the guy. Like, we're not looking at bad passing performances. We're looking at horrible passing performances in terms of raw yardage. He's not getting almost any screen help, but not all of it is not his fault. And so there's a lot of this that it's got to get better. It is, John, historically bad. Like, it's bad enough to really think about it. But throws like that are sweet. The pass pro on exactly this kind of game this kind of play is exactly what you're looking for. I mean, let's just give our flowers right here to Jones and Borum and the rest of the Bears offensive line, who are going to do, good enough. Jones in particular, I think he stands his man up pretty well. And then Fields fires, laced. I mean, gorgeous. There is, AC, something about playing quarterback in this town. Let's see. Another good one that Fields had was much later in the game, where this one is bizarre. Of all of the plays that I expected Fields to not make, this one kind of baffled me. Because if you take a look at this play right here, this looks so easy. T3 knew exactly what I was coming for, or what I was going to say. But so you're going to get the Trey Lance pick right here, and Fields thinks about it, but he doesn't go for it. Instead, he's going to hit Cole Kmet on something really easy, and this looks like everything you'd want from a quarterback. Like, Mooney comes in on the slant, Fields recognizes, wait a minute, I've thrown this pick before against... Was it? It wasn't quite Cincinnati. Cincinnati wasn't exactly the same, but it was something similar where, like, Trey Lance just got picked off doing the same thing. Okay, that's not a good idea. Instead, my second read's over here with Cole Kmet. I'm going to just throw it to him. Zips it, boom, wide open, easy first down. Cincinnati did have a spy. But so, yeah, the Christian Kirk hate... hating on, honestly, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, and the rest of that Jags receiving core has not worked out well for anybody. That's been first takes exposed all over the place because that receiving core is popping off for Trevor Lawrence. Now, I don't necessarily think it's all receivers. Like we've talked about, there are open receivers that Fields is not hitting, but I do think that his clock, I'm hoping if I got to choose that Fields can take this as rock bottom and just start playing, just start having fun. He does so much. It seems like on the outside, he does so much worrying, and you don't necessarily need to be so worried playing quarterback. Sure, you need to make sure that you've got everything right, but if you play tense, you do this. Like, who's to say it's Mustafer's fault? Who's to say it's not Fields' fault? But this is our second game in a row with a bobbled snap, and that's not good. 2 in this game, no less. Just one of them got wiped out by a penalty. There is a lot of stuff that I think, yeah, I know, Adamola, that's the darn truth. But if Fields is going to find it, I struggle to think that he will find it and that we won't see it within the next few weeks. I don't know. I think what's hard for me is that if Fields looked normal bad, like Daniel Jones, we wouldn't be having the conversation I'm about to start. But Fields is playing really, really unproductive quarterback. And within that, I can't help thinking that, right, Jags are having fun. Chargers look dead despite playoff aspirations. What's my analysis on play calling to match Fields' skill set? I think that some of the stuff that they're doing, frankly, all fits what Fields should be able to do. You can't design an offense unless you want to go with the Tannehill special. Oh, this was a weird one. So a lot of people have pointed out this play I'm pretty sure it's as simple as Fields expected a quick toss out and Montgomery expected a handoff. That's not Montgomery. That's Tristan Ebner. Thank goodness we get the rookies involved. And so as soon as Ebner doesn't pop out, Fields doesn't know what to do with the ball. The whole rest of the line is all headed out for like a toss crack kind of toss out play. And so instead, Fields just makes what he can out of it and goes down. But there are definitely still some ironing points, run game and pass game, within all of it. Let's see. If one can just see it, rip it, stop overthinking, I do think he'll definitely get better. Jordan, I agree with you about the team building strategy. It's hard for me to look at this team and not see a team that was, I mean, honestly, basically tanking. And I've said that for a little while. The problem is that they reset everywhere, and they reset so hard that it was just bananas. Like, McFact, I don't think shotgun's a bad thing. I think, frankly, under center is hard for a lot of young quarterbacks because shotgun feels much more comfortable for them. If this was 10 years ago, I don't think that, or I would agree with you. Shotgun was a little bit less extreme popular then, but right now, a lot of these kiddos are having to learn to play under center within the framework of the NFL. And yeah, exactly, Derek. If the Bears were tanking, somebody needs to tell the running backs that that's what's going on, because they're not playing like it. Dave Montgomery looked like a superhero last week. Khalil Herbert looked incredible this week. I do think, let's see, if we end up losing like a tanking team, we'd have it out for the coaching staff. Shrug. Agreed, Akusai. The biggest problem is that the whole way that the roster was built has put the coaching staff in kind of an unwinnable scenario where if they do win games, somebody's mad. If they don't win games, somebody's mad. And then you throw Fields into all of this with a lot of dysfunction around him and a team that seems like it must have, like, okay, if we were going to talk about a video game, right? Let's see, the main hero goes, right? But so if we were going to look at a video game where you've got like run and pass, and you've got like, oh man, you guys have seen these, right? Where the game defaults you 4, 5, 6, 7. The game defaults you to like 4 filled in on each 4, 5, 6, 7, where you've got like, you know, some of your points in run, some of your points in pass. And I think you guys know where I'm going with this, but the Bears this year look like a team that put all of their points into running the ball, and the passing game just looks completely lost at times. Just like it, sure, Brandon, it looks like we've got 0 pass points because the run game execution is everything we talked about at the start of this show, and it looks rad. And the passing game is just like, whether it's Fields making mistakes, whether it's receivers that aren't separating, whether it's the usual protection issues that just seem to pop up at the worst times. Like, what I don't like is that Fields at this stage is failing to get the ball out fast just about ever. And then I think to myself, well, it must be, oh gosh, this works. This is not fun. You guys tell me, is there a play to be made here? Because I think Fields gets gun shy on this one. So they run the same like double verts concept. There's nothing there. I don't care. Don't look. Right? Fields rolls out because he feels pressure. Did he have his checkdowns? Maybe. But it's 3rd down, and like we said earlier, if Fields wants to just completely ignore any checkdowns on 3rd down, you know what? Respect. I'll let him do it. But take a look at Darnell Mooney, who at this point is out of bounds. Right? But so Mooney gets pushed out of bounds. He comes back in. As soon as he's in, he's like in. I don't know if this would have been illegal touching. I cannot imagine that after Fields threw 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage last week, that suddenly he'd be staring at Darnell Mooney thinking to himself, well, I can't throw that. That'd be illegal touching. But it is actually quite surprising to me that Fields doesn't loft a ball in Darnell's vicinity because this looks easy. Am I missing something? Like, so Akusai, you can't be the first to touch the ball once you are unforced out of bounds. If you go out of bounds without being forced out, you can't touch the ball. But if you come right back in, debatable. But if you are forced out, which he clearly was here, forced, running out of bounds, and you come back in, you should be legal, I think. Oh man, Haplo, is that the case? Like, let's see. Is that what the referee's saying, Reinhardt? Let's see here. Where's the ref hat? Did the ref already throw his hat? Am I looking at a bald ref? No. Let's see. Which guy in the middle? Do you mean Kmet? He was, but the pocket collapses fast. Oh, the back judge. The back judge. Now I know who you're looking for. What is this guy wearing? There he is. This one. Bottom right. But yeah, he gets whooped. He tosses his hat down. I'm very curious. That's a good point. Because they may have had him for illegal touching. The quarterback can't know that. Anyways. But so, let me see. Was it Mac who mentioned the pocket collapses too fast? You're totally right. The pocket is way too quick to collapse. I just can't help but wonder. So when I'm talking about this play, I'm less trying to pin something on Fields and be like, Fields sucks, and more trying to say, I worry that he's losing his swagger game by game, because if he at least if he throws this ball, he's still the same playmaker that he normally has been, whether he gets flagged by it or flagged for it or not. Fields says he went out of bounds, like Mooney went out of bounds. Hey, if he realized that, that's cool. I'm glad he knows. Let's see, where the receiver took 3 or 4 steps and it wasn't considered immediate enough. That's totally possible. Let's see. Tanking for what? Then they don't trust their so Micah, the complicated piece is that it was hard for me to look at the Bears getting extremely young all at once as anything but, hey, we're totally cool losing a bunch of games. So less like deliberate tanking and more like, well, I don't think this is going to be a playoff roster kind of tanking. Like, we are saving up for next year, so playing it thin. And then let's see, it's Jones who gets whooped by 55 over there. 55 does a great job on this specific rep as we step through it. Like, he gets that long arm, he pushes him out of the way, and is able to flush Fields out of the pocket. Now, could Herbert have potentially made himself more useful than throwing a block on 53? Certainly possible. And Lorenta, to your point, the NFC sure looks bad. When we take a look at the Bears, and totally with you, T3, Jones recovers fairly well to certainly put Hughes on the ground, but there's no pocket there is the main thing that I'm looking at. And McFact, I agree, Getsy does need to design quicker passing plays, because we've got like one that I can point to where, let me see, pass, 829. Look at how easy this is. Where's that? There's tons of this stuff. And McFact, I would hear you on the routes taking too long to develop, but I do think Fields is playing without anticipation, and that sure makes everything look like it takes that little bit longer. When you stare down long routes, you are going to end up looking like the routes take forever. And Draco, it is hilarious that we go right back to the hitches. Akusai, you better believe it's an Aggie play. Like, that's what Fields is comfortable with, I guess. When they went back into Fields' wheelhouse, what did they find? They asked Fields, hey, so like, what's a play that you feel pretty comfortable with? What kind of thing could you run? And he went, oh, well, so what if the outside receiver ran a curl? And then what if the tight end went ahead and ran a curl? What if the outside receiver ran a curl? And then maybe we get the halfback out and he runs a curl. And they were like, okay, Justin, hang on. How about we just have one of them do it? Let's see. I definitely don't want to ask for curls now. Just tuning in, Ben Albright posted stats for Rogers Wilson showing that they both had a tough time adjusting to the new system. Is that something I think Fields is struggling with? Nikhil, I sure do. I mean, obviously Fields is definitely working within the new system, and the new system's not going like... Okay, so this is something I want to point out while we're in the middle of this answer. Watch Braxton Jones. He's going to get beat. Hughes does a really good job here getting that same long arm, same one we talked about. And he would have gotten to Fields, but because the ball comes out on time, he helps his pass pro out. When you throw the ball quickly, offensive linemen don't sack you. And that's the kind of thing that I know I look at and think to myself, Fields, if anything, needs to get better within just playing quickly, because at this stage, he needs to... Oh, man. Lost that train of thought. He needs to help out his offensive line. When you're taking 5 sacks, and part of it's because you're hanging onto the ball a ton, it's partially because you're just not getting it out on time, and not necessarily all because the offensive linemen just suck. But they did change Fields' footwork, Derek. There's a lot of things that a lot of people I think are going to get better in. And Akusai, it wouldn't surprise me if ESB is arguably the best receiver because he's familiar with the system. That really just wouldn't stun me at this point. Somber Tone, like you're saying, it could be that he changed up not just his lead foot, Somber. He changed up his arm angle. He changed up his footwork. He changed up the way that he's releasing the football. He's changed up a ton. Fields is going through a lot of changes. But like you're saying, J2K, over the last couple of weeks, it definitely looks like he's getting worse. And we'll just have to see what goes on. And Nate, I'm with you. Most teams do hate the quick slant. I think what people don't talk about enough is that on a quick slant, so right here, let's see. So a slant like this, if the slant gets cut off, is a pick six. I think that's part of the reason that people don't just spam slants like people do in Madden, is because there are a lot of ways to take it away. McFact, I hear you. It's not that I disagree. It's that I think that within the framework of these play calls, a lot of the throws that the Bears are giving to Fields are stuff that Fields would have sat in a room and told you, yeah, no, that's great. Like, that works. New motto around Fields, the end of the Nagy era, he was a quarterback barely alive. Because he can rebuild him, he has the technology. I like it. The operation isn't complete. Like, we've got like Fields is still being put together. This is his Vader moment, right? Where he just got poured in the lava of Mustafer within the Nagy era, and now it's time to rebuild him. But so there are some of the earlier ones, Draco. Like, there are definitely a lot of space. Like, it's not every play, but let's just filter through some of these, and then we'll watch some defense together, which I have not done. So we will adventure it. Here's some space for slants, for instance, like where at that point you could probably make something work, or you get like a double slant pattern. I totally agree with you. McFact, let me be clear. Like, you do need to take pressure off the OL, and I do agree with you. I just think that based on the way that Fields played in college, based on the way Fields played last year, that the plays that they are running within this offense are the kinds of plays he would have asked for them to run. I think that little things like a Mac Jones slant, like an Aaron Rodgers, like smoke screen, those are the kinds of plays that Fields is less comfortable with. Quick game, West Coast, Dragon are exactly the kinds of things that I don't think Fields wants to be running, so to speak. And that's part of why they're not. So this is kind of like the Trubisky era, where we watched a quarterback struggle in a West Coast system, and we said, why can't we get him just running a bunch of play action deep shots like Earnhardt Park and stuff? And then now here we are watching Fields in an Earnhardt Parkins offense that I think does fit him, saying, where's the West Coast? And I don't think Fields has ever been a West Coast quarterback. And like you're saying, John, I was one of the people that blasted Nagy for forcing Fields to do a bunch of the like the West Coast stuff that I don't think he was good at. And so that's where the question becomes, McFact. How do you take pressure off the OL? How do you get Fields to get the ball out faster? Vertical routes, corner routes, out routes. Where are the out routes, for crying out loud? It's not that hard to run something like Dagger, but there are ways to help the offensive line that aren't what the Bears are doing right now, and part of that comes with Fields needing to let the ball fly. Here's a screen that I think Mustafer needs to hold his guy better. You're going to see Cody pass him to Mustafer. Mustafer is going to range all the way over and blow up a screen that had a lot of good. Oh, like if that guy's not just right there, there's actual room in this screen. The screen game can get so much better. Honestly, John, you don't necessarily need to just watch Dalton. When Foles ran it, it was fast. Like, there was tons of this stuff where at least they were, not at least, but like they were trying to run a lot of West Coast stuff. They just couldn't threaten anybody with the ground game, and their deep passing game was awful. Within this, it's kind of everything. But they won the game. And they won the game because they're freaking good at running it. Like, they ran the piss out of the ball. And they did a great job. And so that's, like you're saying, Case, I will accept picks on accurate throws that are on time. You know what, Case? You couldn't give me a better segue into some defense where, let's see, Davis Mills, to his credit, yeah, I mean, just about, in fact, like, I need some just run-of-the-mill sleep, but Davis Mills plays on time. I could pick you any down, just about. Let's make sure that our tool looks okay. How quickly do I care? There we go. If I pick just about any play, Davis Mills plays on time. Like, he comes out, play action, fire. And take a look at this from the wide angle. We are watching defense all at the same time. In case if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will answer as best I can. It looks like the Bears are playing cover 3. Sure looks like 3. And then that's Vildor, who gets beat inside because, would you believe it, Brandon Cooks is a heck of a receiver. But also, look at this. Like, this goes back to the whole, if you just throw the ball and let your receiver go get it, if you could staple it to his body, sometimes they'll go make a play for you. And Davis Mills did a good job here. I mean, it's not like I'm going to sit here and absolutely champion Davis Mills, but there was a lot of stuff. Let me see. Mills plays the way Pep drew it up. Yes, 100%. Like, the timing is strong. And and sometimes he's cold commit. Let's see here. What are the Bears doing? Oh, man. See, where's this? This is one of those, like, we don't have Brandon Cooks, sure. But, like, check this out. It's a simple little, like, barely a fake, easy slant, and 45 is absolutely nowhere. And it's just a cover 2 drop. Like, this is where you're going to hurt the Bears if you're going to hurt them at all. Biting play action is exactly what the Bears are doing a lot of right now, because especially when they got too high, they don't have enough bodies to stop the run game. So just a quick play like that fires, looks so easy. And look at how quick the ball is out. I don't know, not to salivate over easy things. So during the Mitch era, one thing that a friend of mine named Brandon Robinson used to make fun of me for all the time, justifiably, is that I get way too excited over, like, backup level quarterbacking. And this is a great example. This is not a Hall of Fame slant. This is not even like the Hall of Good. This is just normal. But Fields has made stuff like this look incredibly difficult and rare. And I think a lot of that is because he's not playing the way Pep Hamilton. So somebody said something earlier I want to key off of. You said Davis is playing the way that Pep drew it up, but he's struggling with accuracy at times. Because he's playing the way that Pep drew it up, the caller can call whatever he wants to, and the quarterback can take advantage of some easy stuff. Offense looks easy to a lot of guys. The Bears, though, not. Do you mean offense in general, Case? Because, I mean, you're right either way. Though I'll tell you what, rushing offense sure looked easy for the Bears this last Sunday, where, I don't know about you guys, the game was in doubt at times, but the Bears' running game was a force. Like, they were just grinding points out. Like, little by little by little by little by little. And honestly, it was pretty sweet. Like, that rushing offense was fun, and I will not stop saying it. So here we've got, oh yeah, this is the pick. It was cool to see Eddie Jackson catch like some, hey, look at this. Credit to him. Eddie reacts to this pick before it happens, which it's not like that makes it crazy, but Eddie's already running over just because I think Eddie literally thinks to himself, hey, you never know. And when the ball pops up, that's literally what he's waiting for. Like, I don't know how Eddie was going to so Eddie is over here. He's waiting for if the back releases out, basically. And so once he sees it doesn't, he gets his eyes over. He figures out where the ball is going. He finds the slant that's being targeted. Vildor totally made a nice play on the ball. Like 100%. Don't let me take a darn thing away from Vildor. Like, Vildor does a great job being competitive on this play. This is exactly the kind of stuff he's waiting for. You want to talk about how being a veteran helps somebody out? Okay, so I'm gonna kind of dunk on somebody here in a minute. And exactly, Josh, slants are dangerous. People don't talk about how slants go wrong all the time. But you want to talk about like Vildor growing? Vildor Island was popular last year, to say the least. And he knows that on the outside, when he gets this stutter step, it's very common in a 3x2. So does he think that Brandon Cooks is about to take him for a slot fade? Probably not. Like, you want to talk about where veterancy comes in. If that's not the case, if he's not going to do that, where's he going to go? Well, he's probably going to threaten inside. There's just enough space inside for that to be very, very viable. So Vildor, it's not that he guesses the pitch. It's that he stays with something he does know is coming, uses that, little veteran tug right there just to slow him down just a little bit, and then get in front. And credit to Eddie. He was there. Like, Eddie Jackson easily could have just kind of like stood and watched from here-ish and maybe dove for the ball. But instead he collects it, he gets 2 feet in, and I am very curious as to whether he would have had anything coming out the back. I think 31 tackles him. I think the pick's missed. It's a double play too. Man. Like, I think 31 gets him before he ever gets out of the end zone. But so I don't think Eddie actually missed out on anything. But I know this is like practically what the guy lives for. So I don't want to take that out. Yeah. EJ does slow up. Like, I don't know. Maybe he shakes him and bakes him. But let's see. Exactly, AGM. If Cooks wasn't small, I bet Vildor's thinking fade. But if Vildor is, but Cooks isn't that small, so he thinks it all the way, like that. Okay, this is gonna go inside, and he just does a nice job. Let's see. That's exactly Nate. He definitely was. Like, as soon as he caught this, he thought to himself, "I love the fans. Let's see if we could do the John Boy thing. Who gets up first? Does anybody get up first?" He's excited. He was excited immediately. 91 gets an honorable mention. He hopped up real quick. Like, pop, hop, and then 91 just goes crazy. But so, gotta love some fans. Let's see. This is where Roquan just went bananas. Check this out. You want to talk about quick to the hole? Ranges right over. And yeah, he's part of a gang tackle in that. But watches the whole the whole way through. I thought Morrow did a really good job helping keep Roquan clean. Does Roquan need $20 million to sit clean and make tackles? You tell me. But he did. And he just jumped right on through. I love that Johnny Bravo just commented that. Let's see. How is he going to learn if they don't give him the dang ball? Remember, he put 30 points up against his Green Bay his rookie year. I mean, to say he put 30 points up seems to me to be a bit unfair. I hear where you're coming from, Michael Allman. I do. I am a huge Fields fan, but he caught some lucky breaks that year. That was the one where he pitch passed it to Jakeem Grant, who took it around the edge. He passed it to Jameer Byrd on like a 7-yard slant, and he took that the distance. Like, there was a lot lot of weirdness to that one because I'm here, but they gave him 25 chances. Whether you think that's enough, I mean, plenty of people probably won't, but there was a lot of stuff that went really, really well in that Green Bay game to get them those points. It was just bananas. Credit so everybody will point out all the bazillions of times that Kyler Gordon gets beat. Everybody likes to talk about Kyler Gordon getting beat. Like, smart people, I understand I'm being a little self-aggrandizing, but like anybody who watches enough football will tell you that rookie DBs struggle, like, period. And so, Case, I agree with you. Let's see, if you remove sacks on designed quarterback plays, I think Fields was probably 16 of 25 in that case. I agree with what you posted in the Discord the other day too. You do have to count quarterback runs. If Fields runs for 6 yards, that's like a 6-yard completion. We really don't need to be scared of that necessarily. And so within that, Fields was probably at around. So here's the question, Case. Do we do what the NFL does and not attribute sack yardage to quarterbacks, or do we do what the NFL doesn't do and tack those things right on? Either way, he's at around a 150-yard game or a little bit lower. But either way, credit to Gordon on this comebacker. That's a sweet break. Like this right here, as he walks with him, puts the brakes on quick, dives back to the ball, stays competitive. That's sweet on second down. Gotta love that. I don't know where we were. How do I think Jalen Jones? I'm really not worried about him. Like, I'm not that worried about Gordon anyways. I think that Gordon's playing really, really, really well on the outside. I think that on the inside, he's got work to do. But who doesn't? I think that nickel is extremely hard. I think the fact that Gordon is playing it like he is extremely difficult. The fact that he's doing both is even harder. But let's see here. Did they convert this? I'm trying to remember where the flow of this game even is. I thought Eddie had a really good game, but that was on broadcast watch. I wouldn't know. Cowboys Super Bowl champs. Heck yeah. Cooper Rush versus Justin Fields or Jimmy Garoppolo. That's it. Let's see here. Oh, is that Kindle again? Look at Kindle go. Gotta love this. This is sweet, actually. Like, I don't know what Eberflus did to just get the best out of Kindle Vildor here, but like, sweet break on cover 3. Nice breakup. If there was any way to phase through the guy, like, that's, woo. Cover 3 technique is tough. So he look at this. Vildor breaks as the receiver breaks. Like, fades back. Stop. Like, by the time 13 is actually out of his break, Vildor is breaking right with him. He starts, is quick to him. I mean, honestly, had the throw not been any worse, I believe it, Reinhardt. Because, like, had this throw been any worse, it's a pick. Easily. Like, Vildor is so all over the receiver that the only reason this isn't a pick is because Vildor is having to work to make sure that this ball doesn't end up defensive pass interference. It is possible to get there too early. But that is nice. And I always love the way that Eddie plays. Eddie's doing a great job of keeping both of these guys in view because he's got to make sure that 13 doesn't necessarily try to take him deep. And then he's also got to make sure that he doesn't get crossed up by the post over here. Let's see. The Bears got to get Jack Sanborn in the game. I don't blame you for thinking that. Sanborn looked fun. Just look at it. It was sweet. Batted down. And hey, Davis Mills playing on time. But you take it. Actually, I feel like Mills was the answer. Honestly, I think Mills outplayed Fields. Like, that's not me trying to dunk. I don't think Mills got near the support from his run game that Fields did. Fields, there were drives where he didn't have to do anything. With the Bears though, like Quan's gonna surf, Quan's gonna surf, Quan's gonna surf, Quan's gonna make the play. Like really solid. Where surf, surf, surf. Good job, 93. Justin Jones is gonna eat blocks. I think that's 2 of them. Let's see. Johnny, so am I. No worries. I'm with you. Let's see. Texans quarterback was also within the same system last year and same coaches. I think that stuff matters. Is that? Let's see. Reinhardt, you said you didn't notice Brisker. Did you watch the All-22 out of curiosity? So Mills has new coaches. He has some new coaches, but he still has Pep, who got promoted from being quarterback's coach. So it's a little bit of both. But so I didn't think he was either. Like, especially for a 3rd-round pick, Draco, you got to adjust those expectations. He was okay. But so where I think the defense, like in particular, I'm very curious to see how. Where's Brisker? There's Brisker. Brisker's doing a good job of being like multi-use. No, that's Gordon. And honestly, that's a good rep. Like, I think Gordon is getting better and better and better. This is nice. Gordon's taking, actually, John, that's freaking great. John says Mills is an average Bears quarterback. That's really not bad. But so I'm with you, Grant, where I think Roquan's doing a much better job at playing downhill in this game. Who's that makes playing coverage? Is that Nick Morrow? Oh, this is nice. This is probably a matter of the Texans not having very good weapons, but Morrow, robots here, and that looks like the if Johnny's still in here, this is that Cowboys Lions stuff from the playoffs a little while ago, like where he's going to get right in his face. He's going to try to face guard him. Is it pass interference? Is it not pass interference? You make the call, but it's not going to get called on this one. But so let's see. It's honestly pretty good pursuit by Morrow. I've really liked Morrow. It's not that I think Morrow's incredible. I wouldn't sign him to $20 million either, but he looks solid and he plays the way that I would like him to play. Let's see. I've seen too much talent in plays from Gordon not to think he'd be really good. I hear you on that. I think he needs to develop better instincts and to get more aggressive, but within that framework, I think he will be quite good. Let's see. This is where Eddie's going to come all the way across. What does Brisker do? Brisker plays downhill and then gets washed. Can we talk about how Muhammad has been? Draco, I like talking about as many positive things as possible, so I will not talk about how Muhammad has been because he's been bad. It's a ton of favoritism. I mean, I think both rookies have been better. Or not rookies. I think Gibson looks like a better overall edge. And I think that Quinn is obviously Robert Quinn. He's making too much money to get paid. But I don't really understand the love affair with Al-Qadim Muhammad. I think the Texans do a really good job here, by the way, of the same things that we were talking about. Washing guys down in the run game, where you gotta love the fact that they're going to have 2 guys wash and a bunch of people pull. This is a great way to get your offensive linemen squared up on linebackers, and that's just not Quan's game. Even in a good game from Quan, where he turns a guy right there, that's just not going to be the play for him. So somebody said Brisker has been absolutely electric. I think Brisker has looked like a rookie. And then I completely also agree, Reinhardt. I think the script flipped, especially last week's Packer game. Holy moly. Gibson looked like a force against last week's Packer team, and that stuff for a Bears fan, that'll stick with me. I'll be like, Travis Gibson, he was good. Packers game, I eat that stuff up. The Bears definitely don't run stop, even against the Texans, whose offensive line is not incredible. They are going to struggle. This play's not a bad example of that, where they need to be able to win their one-on-ones. And this is where Justin Jones, I would like to see him win a little bit more. Let me see. Does Eddie bite down quickly enough? Enough-ish. Forces a spin. Helps get the tackle. But, man, bummer. I also missed the bear, but if it helps, should the Bears lose enough, like, I hate saying that, Jalen Carter would just be a stud defensive tackle in this scheme. Like, this is where it wasn't Jones, it's Angelo Blackson. You want Angelo to win this game, or to win this block for you. Instead, he gets held up, and that's okay. It happens. But bummer. In fact, I honestly thought that Davis Mills had some really solid plays. The game-ending pick was let's take a look at it. Let's just cheat. Let's see. We were at 15-17 when we're right here. This is the pick, I think. So it's 20-20. It's 3rd and something. That is not the pick. I am also curious. Let's see. I wish we could have signed Larry. I wonder how his first 3 weeks have been. I guess their game ends on the pick, so it's the last play that they have. Yep. So let's see. It's 1st and 10, I think. Oh, yeah, and then there's some stupid stuff that we didn't cover with the Bears offense, by the way, if you're still here, where like there were a couple of guffed up screens. There's one that Jones needs to like jump out and block his guy. There's another where Darnell needs to like catch the football. So there are some little things that should get better. That's totally picked, or that's totally tipped. I also want to be like as high on Roquan as I can, and this is a pretty sweet break. Like, let's see, when does Roquan start breaking? He puts the brakes on. He starts breaking now. I don't know if he gets there. Did we look at the 3 fumble snaps? We didn't look at all 3 of them, but none of them are good. I don't think he quite gets there, but that's what a good defensive lineman does. You go make a play. So he snaps to his second read. You can see he wanted 85. 85's not there. Hey, credit to him. He looks, he fires, but man, what a rough way to lose a game. I'm almost shocked that Smith doesn't take it all the way back. I guess Mills is the only reason that he doesn't. But do I feel the Bears' offensive play calling could have been better? IMT1, I thought their run calling was exceptional. Or maybe not exceptional. Exceptional is a big old word. But the Bears played a game in which almost every passing play that they had a 50% chance of being an utter and total like catastrophe, and yet they scored 23 points and won. That's actually pretty good. Especially since only the final 3 points in that game came off of short fields. They got all the other points completely legit, just normal. But so, let's see. Quan has made so many late game reads, but he gets the catch 100% JK. Really awesome. I thought AC Mills looked like he had really good instincts as well. Just quick through his reads, fires a ball. So I think that's true. Fields got his butt saved. I think Fields deserved 2 more completions just based on the offense, but I mean, I'm not going to fight over 10 completions versus 8 completions in a 17 pass game, for crying out loud. You're going to see a lot of this run stuff. It probably looks pretty similar to what the Bears have been doing, where you're going to have like a triple down block and a triple pull to get to the outside. That's going to challenge the Bears defenders, and it's going to be Roquan that sheds a block and gets things down to the 1. Can the Texans punch it in from there? Probably. This is where, the Bears defensive line just needs to be better. I mean, like, more talented. I don't actually know if they have better in them, to be honest with you. Like, they're not paid to be outstandingly good, just based on average salaries compared to other defensive linemen. And they don't play like they're exceptionally good. And, they're going to get right in. Looks like 64 and Justin Jones, Pennell, and Jones are going to put up a fight, but ultimately not going to quite get enough. Let's see. I think this is about where we were. This defense is better. Oh, Saul. This defense is definitely not better than 2018. That 2018 defense was incredible. Like, to say that is to say a lot. And I think that's being a little bit, that's being very excited, but that's okay. We can be excited. Nobody needs to laugh, guys. Come on. And girls. Like, that's okay. Gordon and Morrow do a good job triggering down. Yeah, the 2018 defense was awesome. Let's see. They switched to faster, freaky athletes with less big guys. Trouble is those big guys soak a lot of run gaps. Like, you need them. Then this is Quan tracking sideline to sideline. The stunt. Let's see. I know. Let's see. Oh, that is a pathetic stunt. Good catch, Iceberg. Or who's that? J2? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Like, am I gonna, yeah, okay. They're just, letting each other go. Let's see what happens here. Looks like Gordon goes with like I don't know if he expected him to jam or what. Yeah, after you. No, after you. Stuck in a doorway. It does always bum me out when other people seem to make the forward pass look easy. Like 8-ish yards. This looks easy. This is the stuff that, okay, so I don't know if you're still in here, Mick. I don't know if it was like Mick Tosh. I can't remember. This is the stuff that I am actually wondering why, of all teams, the Bears don't use more crossers. Crossers seem easy. Like, just pop out with a little bit of stuff going on behind them, and you might very well just end up with a stretched out defense, somebody on inside leverage, an easy throw, and a quick turn up field for like, look at that. That's like 8 yards. That's easy. I mean, it didn't, Draco, seem like Mills was pressured as much as Fields. I think Fields is going to make, or I think Fields and the Bears offensive line, as much as people want to talk about how well the Bears offensive line is playing, I mean, they're not, the Bears defensive line is just not very good, and that's okay. Like, the Bears aren't going to make this stuff, or the Bears offensive line is not going to make just about anybody look like this, though. All the same, a deep crosser can't be that hard. Not deep, a shallow crosser to hit. I also think Mills was good at getting rid of it. DTs are great backups. I think that's a great way to put it. It's the most positive way I can put it. But yeah, McFact, that's it. Quick crossers like that, I would love to see more of those. I think that that's specifically something that that hurts, Omega. That hurts. But yeah, I think that that's exactly the kind of thing that I would love to see Getsy build into more of the offense. We're just not on the practice field, so we don't know that Fields can do it and has shown any feel for those kinds of routes. You hope he has. You sit there and think to yourself, he's an NFL quarterback. Like, what on earth? But you never know. And Draco, I hear you, but you got to remember that Travis Gibson was, I think he was a 3 tech in school. Oh boy, is that Gordon getting danced? Let's see. I don't know either, IMT. I expected a lot more RPOs within this offense, and I think the Bears were expecting to just replace it with a whole bunch of deep shots and play action rollouts, and Fields hasn't been quite good enough at those to justify more investment. And he does a good job, it looks like, coming downhill. But honestly, Pep and the Texans look like they've come out with a really solid game plan here, where it's just like quick outs. This is the stuff I'm talking about, man. Like, when we go about looking at the Bears and what they're doing in their passing game and what I wish we could see out of what Fields is doing, this is a very similar formation to what the like pre-snap anyways, to what a lot of the Texans were running today. But I think that they're going to drop into, looks like cover 2. Like, just basic as basic gets, cover 2. And that's totally fine. They are going to, it looks like, let's see the route. I actually cannot tell because this tight end just ran a seam and this guy ran this. Maybe it's like kind of a screen, but he just dumps it out to the running back who's got tons of space. Running back makes a spin move and picks up a first down. Like, all Mills did is just kick this pass out to the running back, look downhill, didn't see the seam open because they were expecting cover 3, and this is the cover 3 beater. So he checked it into the flat, or like the running back made a play, and there's 10 yards. 10 whole yards. Fields has to work hard to pick up 10 yards. And that's the kind of stuff that I know I look at thinking the Bears have got to get Fields getting to his check down. And then they got to put the check down in decent places. Because I would argue that most modern quarterbacks pick up like 75 yards a game minimum off of the check down. Just the check down. I think that a lot of this game IMT was Fields being gun shy. Like, I think that the stuff was open. Man, that's solid. Gosh, the Bears keep just getting put in spots. So right after they call cover 2, they call what looks like cover 1, cover 3. Talent on receiver doesn't help. Like, that's for sure. None of it does. Mills is just playing quarterback, right? Like, here's cover 3. They're going to send out some deep crossers. And you're going to get inside release. Gordon never sees it. I think Gordon's had a real issue getting suckered by play action. It doesn't help anything that most of the time Gordon's kind of a key run fit down here in the nickel spot. But Gordon in particular gets suckered on this play action fake. And if you watch Vildor, he does not. I think 70% is a good number. For if he wasn't gun shy, theoretically he could solve it. And Mills, you know what? This ball isn't crazy accurate. It's just on time. And I mean, I don't want to use the word laser, but it's easy to tell yourself that your quarterback has a big arm and a fastball, and then Davis Mills comes out here and puts a rocket like right onto his guy. I'm with you, Draco. If there was a problem that I could solve, I would love to just bump Gordon out. I mean, I don't know if Tavon Young is just their guy at corner or what, like at nickel corner, but I think if Gordon could play outside corner and stop worrying about a lot of the play action stuff that he has to worry about, because a nickel corner is kind of a Sam linebacker, just a little bit. He's able to, it's funny you say that, Mills, or McFact. I wouldn't say Mills is getting good pass pro. I would say that the Bears pass rush is just kind of a letdown. And when you're able to take Robert Quinn away, and especially when you use a lot of play action, like look at this. They aren't, Jordan, if you're still in here, they don't try to run G lead play action. They actually just have everybody pass block. Like, that's a pass set. These are all pass sets. And it's basic, but not everything has to be complicated. If there's something that I do think, like, let me see, look at 55. He ain't it. Which one's 55? Where is 55? Oh, that 55. Yeah, no, Muhammad sucks. But just struggling. Jones gets stood up, has no leverage. Let me see. The main thing that I know I come away looking at this thinking is that Bears have a lot of pieces. Oh, if there's something I was going to critique Luke Getsy on, he relies way too much on fakes. Like, this is that last play. Sorry to take us back. Is a really good example. Who got the one sack I had? Hey, GM, I do not know off the top of my head. Thank goodness our commenters are lights out most of the time. But so, if you take a look at this play, Getsy would have probably run some kind of complicated play action off of it. But instead, they're just going to have everybody pass set and protect as a huge unit. So the fake does enough to freeze Gordon, does enough to draw the linebackers, because none of them are watching, right? Like, they aren't watching the offensive line. So the fake does enough to move the linebackers over, but the linemen are in the best position possible because they're just pass setting. You know, we understand? Getsy, to use an example, is relying way too much on things like that Aaron Rodgers big fake turn around and he just expects somebody to be there. That's fine. It's especially fine when it works. But it doesn't always work. And that's something that I would love to see Getsy simplify over time. That's exactly right, McFact. I'm too young for Dan Fouts, but like the horseshoe around Mills is exactly what it's supposed to be. And there's some of that stuff that like, I mean, not every pass play needs to be Shanahan level complicated, but there is plenty of opportunity for pass game to just be a little bit easier when it comes to protection. We can make it a little bit easier. There's a 4 chance Cole would be laying up on the ground after a terrible sit block instead of chipping or running a backside drag. Yeah. CV, when Getsy gets on a roll, it should be really good for us. Well, when anybody gets on a roll, it tends to be good. So, like, you're totally right. But also, I mean, when, what's his name? When Shane Buechele gets on a roll, I don't think so. When Darrell Bevell in Seattle got on a roll, it was still good for them, too. And Darrell Bevell's not great. When Nagy was hot, it was good. You get the idea. But so the Bears have been doing this a lot, where against different looks, they'll still keep like 7 in the box just to be sure. And that's fine. Because I thought Vildor was playing a pretty good game. This was a weird call, if only because we talked earlier about defensive pass interference. I actually think Vildor has the right to this space. They're just going to call it because if this was legal, then people would be sad. Because they'd just be like, DBs are grabbing, football's boring, and they're just raking in money right now. So you better believe that they're going to call that and give the offense a chance to move on. But I'll take that penalty. Like, if it doesn't get called, it doesn't get called, and your offense succeeds. Not every penalty is necessarily horrible. This was a sweet one. Eddie just about killed this guy. Like, if he had caught it, he wouldn't have kept it. Like, I think Eddie here does a very good job of understanding not only what his responsibility is, but also where his guys need help. Because I am not 100% certain. They might be playing like quarter, half or something like that. But then there's no deep safety over here. So I don't know. But Eddie just sees this throw. Look at this. Eddie watches the routes. He sees, okay. So we got like somebody in cover 3 technique. We got a linebacker dropping over here. Watch Eddie's face. Because he says, I bet you Mills is throwing this. Yep. And then breaks on it and blows the guy up. It must be that, let's see. It must be a match. That's a great, or that's it, Reinhardt. Is as soon as Gordon sees 88 come over and sees 13 go deep, Gordon follows him. But so I love the recognition because Eddie's back's to the play. Like, as he fades backwards here, he is not watching. Then he takes a peek because he sees the window. Like, he knows as soon as he comes in, oh, he's going to be open, isn't he? And then breaks on the ball, gives him enough of a step to where he's going to think about it, and then puts his whole shoulder in. That's Cooks, right? 13. Puts his whole shoulder in his gut. That looked painful. Boom. Yikes. Eddie didn't come to play. Or like, Eddie didn't come to play games. You get the idea. But it looks good. He looks really good in this defense. The Bears are doing a lot with a Sam linebacker. You do not have to like it. That generally means that their run defense will get a little better, but their pass defense may suffer. Ooh, nice play, 96. Almost got the running back running away from him, but not quite. Not this time. No, nice spin. Here we go. Check this washing machine out. Hit him with a little whoosh. Wadakada. Man, what is that sound effect? Now I'm just going to get distracted. But you guys want to talk about the late part of the stream.
It's nice.
What is it? It's like the Madden 06 spin move. No. It's the blitz, isn't it? NFL blitz spin move sound. Let's see. Oh man, I remember that the circle like walker, walker. Let's see. Did the DL play better? Not really. Like, I would love to tell you that they did. They really didn't. It's not that they suck. I take that back. They're compared to the rest of the NFL, they are put in a tough position when it comes to succeeding because they are not outrageously talented, and that's okay. Watts has been good when he's good, but he doesn't do much of the pass rush. First vid, why NFL Blitz couldn't survive. Man. Eddie just comes screaming in from out of absolutely nowhere to actually stop this play. Holy smokes. This is hard. This is tough. This is tough. Eddie, oh man. Let's see. So Eddie gets depth like he's supposed to. That's it. He sees the screen. So as he's dropping back, he sees this lineman peel out. And as soon as he does, right here, you're going to see him flip his hips and get sideways because he needs a better angle if he's going to come in. So then as soon as he catches it, he's already off. And this is just a huge tackle. Like, I don't think he stops and... No, I mean, 85 here definitely does not stop and turn for Brisker and Brisker alone. Like, this is really good. Totally saves the first down, John. Man. That was a great play call. Like, they got the Bears. They just didn't get 4. Like, this is awesome. Look at this. It's like a throwback tight end screen. It totally works, too. Watch the entire defensive line just shift this way. Like, everybody's going to follow it 100%. And as soon as the tight end leaks past Quinn, of course, love it, McFact. But so, like, he lofts it right over. Eddie just takes off. Man, that's sweet. Let's see, when does Brisker realize it? Well, Brisker should, certainly, because Brisker comes down for the run, and then as soon as, Brisker sees it too here. Great to see it. Deutel, 36. Brisker tries to get through. He's not going to get quite through the offensive line. Man, you got to watch that you got to love that long stride from Eddie Jackson. Just tearing on down, chopping the feet when he needs to, and getting just enough of the tight end that everybody else can rally tackle. Eddie Jackson is not sitting here trying to make, like, unbelievable tackles because he's not going to. But he is, let's see. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly right. Let's see, not Moro's in man with the RB because the RB vacates. I think Gordon's like a hook defender on this one. Or not Gordon, Brisker. But Eddie comes up, makes a tackle, saves the first down, and Lovey kicks, I think. Yeah, it must be a robber. Bears been playing a ton of cover one robber. Big formation shift. Look at them in the eye. Can they stop them? Depends on your attitude. I don't know if this counts. He did, Corey. Good job, Quan, picking through. Because Quan sees that, but he's going to range over. He's going to get in the other hole, and that's enough to at least slow him down. I mean, the Bears' run game, down to distances like this are just going to be kind of common in Chicago this year. Like, no, for sure, Reinhardt. If you thought holding was a penalty, like, it ain't. Because, let's see. Oh, man. And I lost my place. Big rip. Let's find it. I'm just waiting to see Eddie run. There it is. And there, now, and there we go. There we go. Only took like 40 seconds. How quick is the All-22 available through Europass? It's like Monday night most of the time. Certainly faster than sometimes I leverage it. But let's see. Even when the Bears are on offense, I've seen a couple too. Oh, sure. It's not as if the Bears are the only one holding, but man, look at 94. Is that holding? You tell me. I think it is. But whatever. I don't know. I don't want to say whatever, but like if you did, raise your hand if you watched XFL games or if you watched AAF games, because I did. If you did, you probably saw the same thing that I did, and that's that offensive lines that can't block make for boring football. As much cool defensive line play as there is in those kinds of games, it gets old after the like 5th sack of the game, and you'd just like to see somebody complete a pass. And so there are major pieces of holding that throughout the NFL that the NFL is just cool with. Like, truly. I mean, there's a reason that when Gibson got his sack last week, they picked up the holding flag. And it's because, why bother? Holding is especially a weird call because egregious examples of holding you need to call. It's in the rule book for a reason. You can't just have guys grappling each other like it's WWE. But you can't just like truly illegalize holding either, or nobody'd hit any blocks. And John, I think that the main thing that is in there when you talk about the sack rate hasn't decreased much since the 1980s. I think a lot of that's because as holding gets effectively more legalized, quarterbacks take more liberties. So quarterbacks are always going to push the boundary, and offensive lines are going to push it right with them. And also it helps that defensive linemen are getting better. Like, okay, honest question, because I am 27. You guys might know better than me. Was Lawrence Taylor as good as like Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, like Myles Garrett? Like some of the guys that play today, Khalil Mack in his prime, I don't know. Compared to guys of his era, easily. LT's a legend, you know? But I am really curious because I haven't gotten to go watch that tape on whether LT and other guys like him were as good, so to speak, as some of the guys playing today, because some of the guys playing today are just like freaks of human nature. And so I don't know. Like, oh man, J2K, I believe it. Because like you're saying, John, not the same athlete, but compared to his era, like he was that much more. Yes, like no doubt that some of those guys were just head and shoulders better than their competition. I'm just always interesting. But yeah, Reinhardt, it is infuriating. The money does make sense. Like the money's in the passing play. And there are people who want holding to just be legal. Like I remember there was this outcry last year because a sweet Patrick Mahomes touchdown got taken off the board because of offensive holding, in their words. And I was like, he held. you can't just hold. Like you have to defend legally, or what's the point? If all we want to see is pretty touchdown passes, then like we don't even need pads. Yeah, I agree, CV. Like you need holding to be illegal, or football is extra boring, because I personally think that 70-70 games are as boring as 10-10 games. I mean, it depends. You can have electric 10-10 and 70-70 games, but there are boring versions of each when it's the variance. But defense can't be illegal, but offense can, right? LT is one of the best player evers from everything I've heard. That's exactly why I brought him up, though, is I know he's crazy. I mean, he's like the central voice in Blitz the League, which is a wild game in and of itself. This looks like 64 kind of gets bullied. which is fine. Bears were doing it the other way. Justin Jones makes a solid play, and then does Roquan or does Robert Quinn? Oh, Quinn gets bumped right there. Whoops. High scoring games are fun, CV, but like you're saying, if it's every week, it just, I don't know. I think that there's something fun about feeling like your offense did a lot because they scored 35 points. Ooh, somebody takes somebody's head off. That's Quan. Bang. Look at that. Somebody pressed square. Like the square button on the PS4. I think it's X on the Xbox, or like on Xbox, to just dive through the hole. Took him out right at the defensive line. Woo! And yeah, Brandon, I'm with you. Like, if or the defensive clinics are fun sometimes, but there you go. Let's see. The Bears almost caused a couple fumbles. The Texans recovered, jabbing to catch those plays. I'm just watching with you, Sophisticated. Like, at this point, we are just taking a look, because I watched the offense and was able to get to a lot of insight on the offense, but the defense, we're just seeing how it goes. Right now, the biggest issue the Bears have is that any team that can run the ball with a darn is going to. Do y'all know if the Giants, because I know Saquon's a stud, is the Giants' offensive line able to run it well? Man, that's a sweet stab. Look at this running back. Ooh, 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 ooh. People don't turn like that. Oh, that is nice. Roquan can miss that tackle all he wants to. This is nasty. Like, slow motion. Boom. Spectre, do I think that the Bears need a 3-tech to help stop the run? Yes. Adam, to answer your question on what makes our run defense bad, it's okay. It's not to call these guys out specifically, but so when Khalil Mack and why did I say that twice? When Akeem Hicks and Eddie Goldman were the Bears defensive linemen, one of the main things that helped the Bears defense do is that so between each offensive lineman is a run gap, right? You got the A gaps, you got the B gaps, you got the C gaps, and then if there's like a tight end here, you get a D gap too. Like every extra person is an extra gap, right? And so within that, Khalil Mack and Eddie Goldman used to stand right here, and they would each cut off 2 of them. Khalil Mack and Eddie Goldman, by themselves, at that point, would eliminate 4 of the 6 primary running gaps. With then, at the time, actually it was 94. It was Leonard Floyd. He was a solid little run defender, and he would take away this C gap. And then the other person was daggum Khalil Mack, and he took away anything else on the edge. So do I miss the odd front world? Jordan, if as soon as they get some defensive linemen that can play a dadgum gap and a half, I will feel a lot better about it. I think that the 4-3 world is fine. I do. I am very accustomed to a 3-4, but before then I grew up with a 4-3. So I studied a lot of 3-4. I think a lot of the outside linebacker stuff that people do within 3-4s can get awfully interesting, but there are plenty of things you can do within a 4-3 that are more interesting than a 2006 defense, but, well, we're playing it already, so we might as well just learn to appreciate it in all of the best ways possible. But for the Bears, right now, this is a passing play, so it's not the same thing. Whenever they do cut in half, let's see, what does "it's a horse's issue" mean? Is that a saying, Reinhard? But like the 4-3 at this point is okay. The issue is that these guys aren't getting more than 1 gap, and as soon as they don't get a gap, oh, nice play. So there's some of this stuff that the more that a horse's issue. Now I get you. I was like, is this like? I looked at the possessive and was wondering, go get that ball. Heck yeah. No, I get you. It's a horses. It's an issue of horses. It's Jimmy's and Joe's, as it is. Yes, the horses of courses. The big problem is that right now, the defensive linemen, back to what you were saying, Adam, is that they're not getting more than a gap. If they get a gap, in some cases, Jones and Blackson aren't even stopping 1 gap. Sometimes they're stopping 0. And that's when you get in real trouble. Oh, rats. You hope Morrow could potentially drift to this area, but man. Jordan, you were in my mentions all of this last season. Right, Adam, exactly. Like, you were in my mentions all off season talking about Pep Hamilton. Woohoo! It's a nice little call, and it's a nice fit, and it's a nice job coaching. Honestly, every time you see a young player, how do you stop 0 gaps, John? You get blocked straight backwards. And so if you get like pushed way over here by your guard, then the running back can run straight through where you were and then pick which way they want to go. And I don't count that as a gap. Well, we haven't seen a ton of Pep's play calling, but the main thing, Jordan, that I've really liked about what I've seen from Pep Hamilton throughout this game is that he got Davis Mills to play on time. Davis Mills was a mess in college. Like, Davis Mills was all kinds of just everywhere, and he has molded Mills into an NFL quarterback. Like, this Davis Mills is going to be a backup forever, if not a fringe starter, because he's playing well, like at least well enough to go get another job. Where did Mills go to school? I remember the uniform, but I don't remember what specific place it was. I thought Pep did a good job here. Like, I really did. I'm glad you said yes. I'm by no means just trying to copy what you're saying here, but I thought that Pep's game was interesting. I thought they took shots when they needed to take shots, but most importantly, I mean, they were able to draw up some 3rd and long, like 3rd and 15, 3rd and 17 completions that, I mean, the Bears have made it look like those are impossible. So credit to him for understanding the way to attack the Bears and going from there. And I can't help but think that, yeah, if Justin was in this kind of offense and he was playing with the quickness that Mills had, hard not to like it. But it's obviously not what happened. I think that the most complicated piece of this whole Bears puzzle is that the Bears got a defensive head coach that wants to run the ball and play defense, and they are. Like, the biggest issue with the Bears is that stylistically they're getting what they want. What they want is just a ton of rushing yards on the ground, and somehow that has ended us up with a quarterback that's really flagging. So is it Fields' fault? Well, it needs to be, right? Like, it can't not be Fields' fault. We can't just hang it on the coach because we don't like the style, right? That's something that I've seen forever as an analyst, and I don't want to start doing it now, where we start saying it's the coach's fault for every single player that we don't like. Fields had his opportunities in this game. He made bad reads. He made bad throws. He was bad. Not good. And I don't want to pretend he was. But I also think that schematically speaking, like, this is sweet. It's simple. But check this out. So this is a outside release go. But as he gets out there, he's coached to see, okay, we're looking at cover 2. Don't run yourself out of your zone. And Mills, like, waits, sees him. He sees him stop over there and throws a bullet right over the top of one of the defenders for a first down on a 3rd and 7, which, again, you would swear that that Fields has made look completely impossible. Like, it totally is a fact, MC. The coaches are inexperienced. And Pep Hamilton has called plenty of games. It'll take some time. The fact that they've got the run game cooking like they have and are 2-1 is certainly important to somebody. I personally, this whole season, I would rather see development than necessarily just like trading it all for wins. But wins generally mean something's going well. Like, I mean, 281 yards on the ground. 281 yards on the ground, for crying out loud. That's sweet. There's a bunch of little things that I think that the Bears passing game in particular can get better at. Because to your point, AGM, I don't think 4 stops in the Bears coaching staff right now. I don't trust 4 on this play to recognize cover 2 and sit down, right? Like, Snap. I would assume that he would just keep on running. And I don't know if Fields would throw it, because I think Fields would try to run it because there wouldn't really be anything there, though I think he might just kind of freeze. How much of the option do Bears run? Like, you mean like speed option? None. And I don't think they should. I don't think the option works in the NFL. People are too fast. You have to misdirect people. I've seen like Kyler run it, but normally no. 280, exactly like you're saying, Devontae, I'm not as heartbroken as some that are exactly, Adam. Hard to justify a ton of passing calls when you're running at freaking 7 yards per tote. Like, and I'm with you, Rich. I think that better receivers will help Justin Fields for sure. The question becomes, how much talent does he need? Like, I think Tua looks really solid. Don't get me wrong, but also he's on a loaded roster. Let's see. Is it a good plan to sacrifice Fields' passing reps to get more runs at 5 to 6 yards per carry? Honestly, John, you want to hear the bad news? Is that, okay, I don't think that Fields, nope. Let me restart. I don't think Matt Eberflus and Luke Getsy care that much about Justin Fields' development. This isn't Madden, where you have 700 snaps until you find out your quarterback's dev trait. And then you go, oh, shoot, he's an X-Factor quarterback. Now he's going to be good. Hooray. No, this is like, they got to win games. I mean, the big issue here is that for Matt Eberflus, this is his opportunity. He's worked his whole coaching life to get to now. And if, John, to your point, like he would, if he had the choice of, okay, I'm going to give you a game where your running backs are going to run the ball at 5.5 yards per carry, but you are only allowed to have Fields throw it 10 times. He'd be like, done. You think I can't win with 5.5 yards per carry? You're telling me it's guaranteed 5.5 yards per carry? Check. We're going. Like, and I hear you, John. Like, Eberflus will be fired without finding a quarterback. That has not stopped every dadgum defensive head coach that has hit the NFL from somehow trying to dig out Sam Darnold or go get Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock is the guy. Like, what? Why? I don't know what group chats these guys are in, but I swear you find yourself a defensive head coach and you find somebody who's willing to just settle for some chump, for lack of a better word. And then they go out there and they play decent defense and lose, right? Like we've seen this movie. And so while I hear you, Eberflus will be fired without finding a quarterback, I sometimes wonder if those guys think that way. And like a part of me thinks that somehow they really believe, but defense wins championships. Honestly, AGM, I hope Matt Eberflus smells like Pete Carroll, because Pete won a Super Bowl. Though it's been kind of hard to be a Seahawks fan since then. Case Tomlin would be incredible. Like, Tomlin would be awesome. The coaches have been consistent. We're going to put you in position for success. Show us what you can do. I will say, I think that the entire Martin, I think that you got to remember that over 3 games, we have seen a lot of Justin Fields. I get it. Everybody's saying, how on earth can we evaluate Fields over 45 attempts? I don't know about you guys. I feel like I've got a pretty good idea of how Justin Fields is playing, and I did not need more than 45 passing attempts to get that pretty good idea. I mean, the neat thing here is that like development is development, you know? And let's see, Case, what are you saying? Defensive guy, average quarterback, still went above 500 every dang year. Yes. And then when he got a quarterback, he went out there, he won a Super Bowl. And honestly, the Steelers have been fun to follow because like you're saying, Case, to use Tomlin as an example, they were pushing for the playoffs with Duck Dadgum Hodges and Mason Rudolph. Like the Steelers do a lot of stuff well. And I'm sure that if I talked to a Steelers fan, they'd get frustrated and they'd be like, ugh, our defense keeps us just close enough not to lose. And I'd be like, huh, you're the Bears. But no, they didn't add him. But in the throws that he did have, Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Akusai. That's what I'm saying. But Adam, in the throws that Ben did have in his early years, he was dominating. Like, Ben was going off. Let's see. They will, and they are. But so, let's see. Big thing with this Bears defense is that they're also not going to play the Texans every week, which I say, but the Giants aren't exactly like good. Rudy, thank you so much. Any questions? Because I'm happy to. Let's see. We can start answering things. It's 11:30. Just about. I need to hop off. And Reinhardt, let's see. Just joined. Quick rundown. What did I say about the offense? Run game good. Pass game rough. Schematically okay. Fields bad. Hopefully better next week. Basically, Fields is gonna get blitzed a lot. This is a big game for him. Big game. Let's see. Have a great night. We're not like done. Don't get too crazy, but like let's start doing final comments as this rolls. Nice stop. Gotta love it when they just pour in. This is what I'm talking about. So somebody said earlier, like, what do we do for the defensive line to get better? Watch Pinnell, 64, soak 2 blockers. This is what good run defense does. So once he does this, right, he soaks his 2. That frees up 53 to get not quite through the hole. It frees up, or it helps 45 because then he takes on a 3rd blocker. Jesus, Pinnell. Like, Pinnell and 45 combine to take on all 3 of these guys, and then 45 punches through. MT Bean, thanks so much for subscribing. Great seeing you. Giants don't seem that much better than us. Let's see. Gordon's still playing 50-50 between outside and slot. From what I have seen, he played a little bit more outside, but he looked stronger in this game overall. Let's see. Fields can make throws. He just needs to learn from his mistakes, and that will come with games. Joe, I sure hope so. It's not that I disagree. It is that I have been a Justin Fields homer for the better part of a year, and I would like him over the next 14 games to justifiably show me something. I think we can all agree with that, don't you think? Like, it's not that any of us are trying to be Justin Fields haters. The game should slow down from him. Like, I think that that it's just more a matter of how much further can Fields go. And I'm hopeful. I think that the more that the more that Fields starts to get used to things. Ooh, there it is. Here's the sack. You got to love it when people pour through. So if there is one problem with play action pass, or like pass action play action, which is like these guys are all sitting up here in pass sets, it's that if people get through too quickly, which in this case 91 certainly does, as does 93, there's just nowhere for the quarterback to go because there's no run fake. Oh man, is it a guard pull? It is. 58 goes, and as soon as he goes, so too does the pass pro, as Justin Jones and Dominique Robinson explode. But exactly, Corey Booth, we want him to prove us all right. I think that there's a lot to be excited about with Fields' potential, but also it's got to get better than this by the end of the year. And to be clear, when somebody says that, it's got to get better than this, I'm not saying that it needs to become some 300-yard per game celebration where we all come together and say, are you ready for our next Bears contest? Yes, Justin Fields is going to show all the haters, isn't he? And we clink champagne. Like, it's just got to get better than 100 yards a game, 2 picks, and a bunch of nasty. Thoughts on Borum? Martin, I thought Borum had a rough game in pass pro, but watching him run block made me feel way better. Suddenly I understood. Like, it's got to get better than this in the next 2 games, John. I would agree with you if the Bears team wasn't set up to give him all of the time on earth to develop. Ooh, this is nice from Morrow. Let's see. Potential, Reinhardt? Yeah, I'm there. Like, and Adam, you're right. Without the picks, it was an all right game. But, man, those picks almost torpedoed it. Also, the 5 sacks. Before we get too excited about saying it was a fine game, it's like 5 sacks. But so, look at 53 trigger. He sees screen. He gets down. Bang. Love that. Jordan, that is a matter of whether the voters give it to him. I think he's certainly playing at a Pro Bowl level. That's for sure. And like I said on Twitter the other day, I think Tevin Jenkins has a shot to be a Pro Bowler if they let him fucking start. Like, I mean, oh my gosh, let him play. Let the guy play. I understand he needs work in the pass pro, for crying out loud, but it's just like, what's so frustrating seeing Lucas Patrick take 70% of the snaps, and Lucas Patrick is just okay. But let's see the gap integrity of this rush materialize. Look at that. Boom. Great job on this one, Morrow. He triggers quick too. Says, oh, it's a screen. Boom. Let's see. Wednesday's suddenly more important than Sundays. I'm not kidding. Oh, come on, Jordan. I hope not. Because I like Devin. Oh, man. Yeah, Wednesday's more important than Sundays. Case, the nice thing is you got to remember Reef is loaded with an incentive-heavy deal, so he actually doesn't get almost any of his money if he doesn't play at all. And I have a feeling that Ryan Poles is really thinking about that too. Like, you can't just throw Riley Reef in there because he's like, hey, hang on. We're gonna be due $1.2 million the second he steps on the field. And we might end up with like $10 million in extra bills. What, Matt? Are you paying that? But I don't know. Let's see. It is a really good contract for us, J2K. It's a starter's contract if Larry Borum ends up stuffing him. Let's see. Fields, along with the pass pro on offense, stopping the run on defense, two biggest weaknesses. Yes. And the main thing, AC, that really sticks out is that the Bears don't actually have all that many good teams on their schedule. Like, the big thing that I would say is that the Bears would be in a lot more trouble if the teams on their schedule were consistent. But so you know how the Bears so I would like everybody. I need everybody in this chat right now, if you are a Bears fan, to find some wood and just get ready to knock on that wood. Okay. The Vikings and the Lions are cursed against Chicago. So you just don't know. Like, the Vikings, in particular, Kirk Cousins, is allergic to playing the Bears. And the Lions seem to have been consistent at playing the Bears when they were right about to pop off, and then the Bears would beat them, and it would honestly be stunning most of the time. I am still to this day shocked that the Bears actually beat the Lions on Thanksgiving, because that was ridiculous. That was the worst Bears team that we've had in a while. Like, truly, that was as bad as I have seen the Bears. They were missing what felt like everybody, and they still lost to Andy Dalton, and Matt Nagy took the game ball home on that Thanksgiving weekend, and it was very weird. Adam, that's a different one. That was Dan Campbell just giving it away. And if I understood it correctly, he gave another one away this weekend. But I'm not saying that the Vikings are bad. They're better than us. Justin Jefferson's going to be a real problem, but Dalvin Cook's out. So the running game just got a little bit easier against the Vikings. Kirk Cousins is allergic to playing the Bears, or at least he was allergic to playing Khalil Mack. The Lions offense looks awesome. The Bears defense looks surprisingly good. So when we look at teams like the Cowboys, the Commanders, the Giants, the Lions again, the Vikings again, the Jets, there are a lot of teams on the Bears schedule. It could kind of go either way. Like, this Bears team is winning. They are winning a lot of games, and they're not pretty games, but they're winning them. And I don't know if that means anything at this point. Truly. New England, exactly. Especially if we play New England without a quarterback, J2K. Like, it's not that let me put it this way, if I haven't implied it already. It's not that the Bears look great this year. They don't. It's that, like you're saying, Jordan, there's a lot of things that I think that the Bears are just good enough to where they are currently surprising us enough that if they can get any better, they could win a lot of football games. Like, this schedule went from easy to easy in a hurry. And if it means that we've got to sacrifice some games to the Bills, who, by the time we play the Bills, they may not have any players left to start. Like, it feels like their defensive starters are just dropping like flies. And chances are they'll stay just healthy enough to beat us. I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? But the Eagles will be really tough outs. The Packers are going to beat us. But there is, like you're saying, Jeremy, there's a lot of opportunity. Other teams don't really know how to scout us because we don't have, the Bears have so much going poorly for them on offense that any minute change makes them better and makes them completely unscoutable. So there's a lot of weird going on. I'm scared of Parsons. Yeah, Micah Parsons is going to absolutely sun the whole line. I'm just going to read that comment out loud, Reinhardt, because you're right. Any truth to Velas playing Sunday? Joe, I don't know. The main thing that I'm thinking about with the, I can't help but agree with you, McFact. Like, if Fields can step it up to the point where he's contributing 220 yards of offense between the air and the ground every single week, then the Bears, honestly, they might be a wild card team. Like, I don't want to be some kind of a Bears homer. You guys know that. I had the Bears at like 5 wins, but a lot of the teams on their schedule got bad. Like, a lot of the teams on their schedule got bad or hurt, and it's so weird. I mean, it would be a Kusai. It would be bananas. I'm sitting here saying that I came into this year thinking that the Bears were going to be rough, but let me see. Like, wait, so you're saying if you're going to put up bad tape, put up so much that teams don't know what to exploit? The problem is, John, is that right now the Bears' run tape looks outrageously good. Like, the Bears' run tape looks awesome, and it gives the other team a lot to defend. But their passing game is so vanilla. Of course they are, Jordan. Let me be clear. If the Bears make the wild card, it would be like a 2020 team where they're the 7th team in a bad conference, and they're just kind of there. But, oh man. Guys, I figured it out. I solved it. Okay. Do y'all remember 2019's Buffalo Bills? Because a team everybody thought was bad made the playoffs anyways. and lost in a very weird game against the Houston Texans. But Josh was there. And there's this like linked stat that shows that every good young quarterback tends to make the playoffs in their second year. And we all said that about Mitch, and we were wrong. So this could be leading us right back down the Mitch path. And I know that, but I can see where the, like you're talking about, like, does Tua hold up? Like, I don't know. It's just a weird game. Looking at this whole thing where, like, can we beat 7-8 in the box on D, Jeremy? Yeah, right now the Bears are getting 7-8 in the box and they're blocking them all out. Like, I mean, the Bears offensive line on the run looks like one of the best offensive lines in football. Top 10 easily. Like, it's the SpongeBob meme, right? Like, squeaky in pass pro and just huge on the ground. The Bears receivers are blocking like crazy, at least against the Texans. Like Akusai is saying, guys, it's late enough that there's an extremely high chance that I am just hyped up after beating one of the worst teams in football. But if they beat the Giants, even if they beat them by 1 point in a 17-16 slobber knocker, and it's just gross, they will be 3-1. And they will still have a lot of runway left on their schedule. So we're just going to have to see. I mean, that Jordan, I think that Martindale is going to be a huge test for this Bears offense. Like, not to be, what's the word? Like, not to be a doomsayer, but this is, Akusai, I do remember that. Then I made that video and I broke the Bears. there is like I would tell you that I think that when it comes to this Bears team, Jordan, that if they can beat the Martindale Giants and they can beat this blitz, they like who knows? I'm not saying again that they're going to be incredible. I am saying that okay. So to use an example, and Derek, I agree with you. Imagine if the Bears trade for T. Higgins this year. That's something that right. That's something that I know has been floated around a couple times, and I'm by no means saying that I know anything on the inside because I sure don't. But the Bengals have a lot of receiving talent, and they got to pay people eventually, and they're not exactly flush with cap. But if they did trade for somebody like Higgins, how much better does it make the team come the trade deadline? It would not stun me if the Bears are going to be active in the trade market, especially since at this point, like let me postulate where it would come from. The idea would be that if the Bears were 0-6 or whatever, that there's no way they would trade for anybody under any circumstance. What's the point? But if the Bears are 4-3 or 5-2, then I do think that they're going to look around for what their trading options are. And exactly, CV, there's that report about the Bears looking for a wide receiver around the deadline. So I'm with you, Jordan, in the sense that it wouldn't shock me if the Bengals just held on to good talent, because why on earth would you trade away good talent? But the Hollywood Brown and the A.J. Brown deals have me thinking that Akushai's right. Let's actually look at the schedule. Let's see. Then we'll watch a little more defense, and I'll go to bed. Let's see here. It's Chicago Bears 2022 schedule. This has so much potential to be one of those conversations that I go back and it's like, wow, I embarrassed myself. Okay, so this one. Who knows? This one, let's say it's a loss. We're at the Vikings. So then this one, here's another who knows. And then this one, I have no idea. I don't know about this one either. That's the weird thing, right? The Bears were actually quite good in pieces of this, but then in other pieces of this, Davis Mills was dicing him up. And then their running game was absolutely killing. Can they beat the Commanders? They sure. Oh, God. Is it Thursday? I hate Thursday games. I get the old 22 a little faster, but I hate Thursday games. Not just because, it means more work for me. But so that means that the Bears are going to come home and have home field against Washington, which I don't know if that'll actually be all that helpful. But so I don't want to be a big dork. This Giants game feels to me like it's going to be the balance tipper. Like a win versus a loss does a ton for, oh gosh, that isn't in the frame for y'all. I'm going to do the whole thing then. It's a little scale. Because we got, let's see. Oh, JSN. Jordan, when I first saw that, I thought you said SNF. But I think people just get excited whenever Fields is connected to something. But so I think if the Bears can manage to beat the Giants, the hype is scale drawing action on Bears, you bet. But so this one, it tips really heavily if the Bears beat the Giants. But if they lose, they're just a 2-2 team. Let's put it this way. Okay, so they're 2-1. If they become 3-1, then they could be 3-2, and then they could be 4-2, and then they could be Akusai. You're gonna laugh. They could be 5-2, and people would say, well, yeah, but what about? And then they'd go play the the Cowboys, and let's say they're 5-3. If they're 5-3 by the Dallas game, they could lose Patriots, Commanders, or Cowboys and still be there, right? Like, let's not necessarily say that they lose to the Cowboys. Let's say 5-3 in this case is just not unachievable, right? So then you've got Dolphins, Bears. Let's say that's an L. 5. Oh God, what did I do? That's how I change it. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. But so they're going to lose the Dolphins. They'll be 5-4. Then they go play the Lions. Let's say they're 5-5. You know what? We got to take losses somewhere, right? So then let's say they beat the Falcons. They go to the Jets. And the Jets are just cursed. Let's see. The problem is we didn't have to beat a good team. SF is a huge asterisk. Oh, no, I agree. Let's see, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8. So let's keep going down then. We've got 7-8. Oh man. This is it. This is the matchup. There it is. Let's see. The curse, the honey bear curse. Oh yeah, Derek. So let's see. We were 7-8 here, and then obviously that would leave. This is the kind of thing I look at. 2 divisional games to end the season, and I'm like, man, those are the seasons where things get weird, right? Like, that's where you look at, because then, like you're saying, Elon, now let's say the Bears do go 8-8, then all of a sudden there's a solid chance that they go into this Vikings game, winner gets playoff spot, right? And then if they do 8-9, 9-8, somebody gets in, and that would be a lot of fun. Because the Vikings right now, are they 2-1? Let's see. Yes. So the Vikings are 2-1. I'm forgetting the win at home. Adam, I want to believe you. Every Bears coach ever has beaten the Packers once, but I don't know. We literally took our offense from what they do on offense, and their defense was calling out our plays in the middle of last game. Like, I want to believe you. And who knows, maybe by December, the whole thing is changed up and sweet. Maybe, just maybe, Trevor Siemian, out of nowhere, like, comes out and is the savior that every Bears fan needs. Oh man, wouldn't that be the story? Trevor Siemian leads the Bears to 10-7, and then the Bears handed off the like a $27 million a year contract to Trevor Siemian, and then the next 3 years after that are awful. But anyways, Adam, they were like pointing and whatnot. Oh man, is that the 30 for 30, Elon? It's Nathan Peterman. But so Nikhil, AJM, I don't know why that one made me laugh so hard, but the idea of, let me see, the idea of Nathan Peterman. Oh no, the Nikhil Harry just going crazy, like NFL. Yeah, Nikhil Harry going crazy would just be bananas. That'd be almost as likely as Darnell Mooney going 3 games in a row with like sub 50 yards total. I cannot believe the world we live in. He went from 1,000 yards to currently on pace for, hang on, Darnell Mooney stats. We all went from, I like Mooney. Mooney's one of my favorite players, to 600 yards passing, Marvin. Yeah, we sure hope so. At this stage, Darnell Mooney is on track. Let's get the calculator out. Let's see. So we've got 4 plus 23 is 27 divided by 3 times 17. Mooney's on pace for a sweet 153-yard season. Oh, yeah. 153. Yeah. That hurts. Where in the world is Darnell Mooney? Like, it's like a Carmen Sandiego kind of vibe. Kmet has 0.67 catches per game. Yeah, but you know what the problem is that at the same time, Akusai, he in one game alone already has more than like all of his catches or all of Mooney's yards. Is this Jersey Jerry? Fields with 1,700 yards, 100%. And that's just next week though, right, Reinhardt? Like the week after that, he probably jumps up to a good total of like what, 4,000. But so let's see. I'm telling you, Trevor at QB, Fields at RB, Peterman wide zone. Like Trevor, Simeon, not Lawrence. I don't know where I thought so. Stats are nice. Yeah, no, I hear you, McFact. Like, I need Fields to improve. Dolphins fans are in some. What did you do to Dolphins fans? Oh, did you make fun of Tua a lot? You got to watch out who you make fun of. But so, got this feeling Fields in the offense will be better once this O-line gets modified. I mean, like, I hear you, and I would like you to be correct. Trust me, I would like you to be correct. Is Peterman our answer at X receiver? Brandon, that is the question that I need someone to answer. How do we know? We got to see what we have in Nathan Peterman at X receiver. What we really need, guys, is more running backs. I think personally that if we take a look at I think if we take a look at the rest of this Bears team, obviously, exactly, Derek, what's really working is more fullback. We'll be the first team to run 52 personnel. We'll be the first team to run 43 personnel. Let's take Dominique Robinson. Let's put him at running back. Let's what if everyone on the field was Blazing Game? Let's see. You bet. Thanks so much, Speaks. That's super nice of you. Great Nate Peterman. I would love to see the Bears. I would love to see a Super Bowl run based entirely off of running the ball. I am not excited for Fields' like play out of position player. And like card in Madden Ultimate Team. Let's see. We have truly gone completely off the rails. Let's see. I think if we get better players, we will play better games. Blazing Raptor, I don't know where you came up with that. Now that you mention it, can you explain that to me? How do better players end up with better game? That's what the scheme's for. That's what the coaching is for, right? My understanding is that if your coaching is good, then your players don't matter. Just ask Bill Belichick and the Patriots. That there's no such thing as no such thing as better players, especially since the Bears are all the best players. Equinemius St. Brown is going to go off this year, which admittedly he kind of has, but man. Put Cairo as quarterback. At this point, no, not this year at all. That's the point. No, and I'm not making fun of it too much, McFact. Like, good coaching is absolutely key. Honestly, Matt Eberflus and the Bears coaching staff right now is really developing players. Like, we are legitimately it looks like players are getting better. Let's see. It makes a lot of sense, Case. I mean, it really does. Brandon, he's got that dog in him. Let's see. 0 passing and 479 rushing in a 40-plus win. That did happen, right? Let's see. Got some more defense that at least I want to, medium look at. Army. That was crazy. I think Tillery is really interesting one. Or it is really interesting. Let's see. There we go, Brisker. Basic. Look, nobody's going to give you a crazy amount of credit for just ranging over and making a tackle. But yeah, that's a good way to put it. Bear down. Are the Bears going to have to sign another running back this week? I don't think so. Especially since David Montgomery's kind of just David Montgomery doesn't recover quickly. David Montgomery just has a couple clones sitting on the shelf that like they gotta wind them up so that they can bring them back out and make sure that they're like updated on their software so they all act like the same person. And so they just gotta take him out of the canister and make sure that's all good. Texans do a good job here of of just tying up Eddie. Eventually, you can't have a safety that literally plays everything. Let's see. Yeah, Darrington Evans is always an option. Jalen Petrie was awesome. Jalen Petrie was so cool and so good at all of this. The Lovey defense is just kind of dull, and that's all right. The Bears defense is, not dissimilar. The Bears defense will basically wait for you to make a mistake, and then they will jump on it. The problem is, what if you don't make a mistake? Well, then you get the Packers game, where it takes the making, like, the Bears right now must be leading the league in botched mesh points against. I don't know where it was in this game, but somewhere in this game, the Bears had another blown mesh point that turned around in their favor. We were right here. Brisker's been a solid replacement. Like, which piece of personnel usage specifically, Jordan? Because what I don't like is the Kyler thing, but the more that they let Kyler play outside, the more I'm like, okay. Let's see. Man, it'd be great if Fields was Vic. Yeah, lack of creativity is a thing, but that's just, I don't want to be like, that's how it's going to be. Oh, Elon, mesh point is when the quarterback hands it to the running back. So when the running back takes a handoff, the part where their arms meet is called a mesh point. And there were 2 blown mesh points in Green Bay and 1 blown mesh point against Houston. So far, the Bears must be really good at being intimidating because they're drawing some fumbles, or maybe fumbles are random. The Cowboys sure do have better edge rushers than we do. They sure do. There are a lot of teams in the NFL that have better edge rushers than we do. And I'm not trying to say that as some kind of tank on somebody or other, but like Micah Parsons is a better edge rushing room than most teams as edge rushers. Let's see. No, I agree with you, Iceberg, that it's smart to have Gordon inside, when he's used to it. I just think he's learning it all the time. Like he's still learning it right now. Eddie must be 100% responsible. Let's see. Yeah, big nickel rules. I would love to see more of it. Who is Aziz? Gibson is so much better than AQM. I think, anyways. Like, Al-Qadim Muhammad makes us sad. But Gibson, at the very least, Gibson's fun to watch because he's super high effort. Like, I love how hard Gibson seems like he plays, which works for me. Garfield. Here we go, battling against the run a little bit. Gotcha, Reinhardt. Just eating cold French fries. It may come eventually. Let's see. Must be third down. On third downs, both people like, oh yeah, it's this one. We did look at a lot of this. It's with Williams, it's blander than Lovey even. That is hilarious. That sounds tough, Vlad. It really does. Honestly, Koulibaly, I think he's fine. Like, let's see. Haplo, it's okay. It's just one game. That's what we're going to tell ourselves. I'm very exactly. You need all those ratings boosts, Jeremy, when they'll just take a whole bunch of Bears players and just gas them up. Let's see. The Bears switch into man a lot. They've been playing a ton of cover 1 and cover 3, which would be awesome if cover 3 wasn't just like the defense everybody's accustomed to playing against. I mean, that's I think the biggest issue with a lot of where the Bears are right now is that they want to be running a lot more cover 2, but they can't because they don't have the guys up front. They don't have DeForest Buckner. They don't have Grover Stewart. They don't have Shaq Leonard as much as they would like to. Like, they can't run a bunch of the stuff that they wanted to run in Indianapolis. And so instead, they just play pretty basic defense. I mean, it's easier to teach Jordan, but it sure ain't easier to run when you've got Justin Jefferson matched up against Kyler Gordon eventually. That is sweet. Is that Quan? Ooh, this is the stuff Shaq Leonard talked about. Ooh, look at Roquan here. Look at him punch through this gap. Look at him say, "Excuse me, that's a TFL." Gotta love it. Let's see. With 55, AC, he seems to like him. Like, at this point, it makes me wonder whether AQM, like, is dating Eberflus's daughter or something. Like, he just plays a ton. Like, maybe he feels like he's assignment sound. Maybe he feels like he's a coach on the field or something like that. Like, it must be, because Colts fans talked about the same thing. About, like, oh, good, the Bears signed Al-Qadim Muhammad so that he can play over better players. Like, Bosa's not the answer. But so, yeah, he did. Let's see. So, okay, somebody talked about free agents. We can talk about this real fast. NFL 2022 free agents. Okay, so I'm going to do my best to not just like name scout, but unlike Jordan, and this is actually credit to you, Jordan, I don't have my encyclopedia as much as I'd like to of a whole bunch of people that are like legitimately good. So I will point out the people that I think look solid. But the main thing that I saw is that the Bears could bring their, like, so the wide receivers are terrible. But the real victory here is that there are some defensive linemen that I think could be really, really solid. David Onyemata sticks out. Larry Ogunjobi's still there, but we're not going to really worry about that. Dalvin Tomlinson is not bad. Fletcher Cox would be old, but he'd be an extra one that we could bring on. Jerry Tillery, like Jordan's saying, is right there for the Chargers. Like, Deron Payne is only okay, but like even still, Willie Golston can make plays. He may not be a starter. I worry that kind of signing would be exactly like the Nick Williams signing, but only a little bit better. There are free agents that are definitely improvements over Angelo Blackson and Justin Jones, to say the least. At offensive line, if people don't distinguish themselves, let's take IDL off. Like, Conklin and McGlinchey are both going to be up for extensions. McGlinchey's probably going to get extended, but at that point, you could go out and you could potentially, honestly, you could bring in Elton Jenkins. I think Elton Jenkins makes a lot of sense for basically any Packer. Like, it sucks that the Bears would just be stealing from the Packers. But at this point, like, Elton Jenkins, if he crept out of Green Bay and got here, would make sense. I'm with you, Case. I think that they need a stout nose kind of guy, and I'm with you, Reinhardt, that I don't think Jenkins would leave, but we got to look at the receiver or the list that we got to look at. I don't know if Lazard is going to shake free. He's the only guy that I know I look at this wide receiver list thinking like that guy makes sense for the Chicago Bears. Just based on the way that they're running their room at this point. I don't think that they're going to look. Another thing that I have seen at the very least is Nelson Aguilar makes some sense, but not like a ton. That's mostly helmet scouting, if I can be honest. It's Lazard that I really think would be the big pickup, which would be boring to plenty of people, and I wouldn't blame a soul. But he could easily be somebody that the Bears throw $19-20 million at, maybe closer to 14, maybe. But like the Bears, if they were going to right, John, like the Bears would be throwing money at Lazard that people would be like, that is gross and disgusting. And you wouldn't be wrong. It's just the price you got to pay if you're going to go get somebody. The edge market is not exactly exciting, but maybe if the Bears were like really, really desperate, they could bring in like a Clowney type. Let's see. It's yet to be clear. It's like I think Lazard is pretty dadgum good. I just think that as good as an empty list AGM. I think whenever I take a look at a lot of these players, like there are good linebackers, there are solid little linebackers right here on this list. There are solid corners that bring things up. James Bradbury, for instance, are going to, or like James Bradbury, I don't actually know how he fits in like a zone scheme, but he's a player that I know every time I've watched him, I think he's pretty solid. I'm sure that there's plenty more solid solid cornerbacks that just fit into a zone scheme because it's not exactly a complex scheme that the Bears are running, and they're good at safety at this point. So it's not that I think that this team needs a ton. So guys like, honestly, just about anybody that they want to play, they'd probably bring in like a drafted left guard of some kind. But I think Lazard would be a really good free agency signing, to be honest. Like exactly like the rest of the chat's saying at this point, because I hope I didn't agree too heavily earlier. I think Lazard with Aaron Rodgers is really good. I think he does a lot of the little things really, really well. He's basically what the Bears would be getting out of ESB, but like a lot better. And he can play X receiver. So that's an X receiver that you could go get in free agency. And while he may not be your prototypical X receiver, he lets you go get, like you said, AGM, a 3-tech in the draft or something like that. You can also go get Gesicki if you wanted to at tight end. That's something that I think AGM just mentioned. There's plenty of others if they wanted to go get a Robert Tonyan type, but he's there. There are these little moves that the Bears could make that it's not that they're like chipping away, because 33-year-old Fletcher Cox isn't exactly chipping away, but there is like a lot of moves that they could make at this point that would be Anyamata is like not a bad example of exactly what I'm saying. That would be, okay, we are starting to put a championship team together and you are on it. So we are going to get this. Of course, Buff. Great to see you. Let's see. I don't know about Orlando Brown Jr. Honestly, I think that there's a lot of stuff that could work here. Like, and that Brown Jr. is the antithesis of the Poles type. But AC, Getsy's here. You better strap in, because there's more Packers coming, I'm sure. Let's see. A'Shawn Robinson at a 1-tech would be awesome. It would be really awesome. And he's 28, so he's a little bit younger. Let's see. I basically envision it this way. There are a lot of people that are looking for Jamar Chase, right? Chase at wide receiver. And you aren't going to find it. What you are going to find is Kirk. Christian Kirk has been a boss in Jacksonville. A lot of that's because they know how to use him. Credit to him. But this looks unsexy and gets you made fun of, and apparently helps you develop your quarterback. So a lot of stuff like the Bears wide receivers, it's not that these guys look incredible. It's not that Fletcher Cox looks amazing. It's that if they did grab a Jack Conklin type at right tackle, that could bring their floor up. If they did get the chance to throw a bunch of money at Elton Jenkins, they certainly could. If they grabbed probably not Yannick. If they grabbed somebody like Jadeveon Clowney to come play edge for them, which I doubt they would, but they might, that means that they wouldn't have to draft edge and they'd get a lot better at the position. Like, you bet I will check linebackers. There's nobody like particularly crazy here. I guess they could go try to get like an Anthony Barr kind of guy, but that seems like a whole lot of money to spend at a position. That's a little strange, because I feel like Barr is kind of like a nitro linebacker almost. But there's a whole bunch of guys that are out there that the whole goal would be to take positions from D plus up to B minus. And if you can bring that floor up, then you can get better and hurry. That would be how I would play free agency anyways. It's not about going from like B to A or from C to A. It's about, I drew that wrong, C to A. It's about going from low to better than that. But that's just me. Let's see. Could I imagine with Fields playing like this? With what? Trade Montgomery and get a wide receiver 1? Or like, let's see. I don't think I understand what you're saying, G, unfortunately. But so we will see. Speculating about people's mental attitude is a terrible habit in sports. I get that, but he has Trubisky throwing too, and he hasn't thrown a fit. Oh, I hear you. J2K, it's going to be a weird question. I mean, the Packers haven't spent big at receiver basically ever, and they do just fine. Like, they've got Sammy Watkins at this point. It's not that they're like rekindling Sammy Watkins. It's that they look perfectly fine, but they've got Aaron Rodgers, and we do not, as much as I would like to. And so it changes the calculus a lot. I think, let's see, if Garrett Bradbury hit the market, yep, 100%. And in this game, I mean, like, the big defensive takeaway I'd say is that there wasn't any specific play that I look at and I'm like, wow, that one. But the Bears did a good job in this game of battling it out with the guys across from them. And honestly, I felt like Roquan, Morrow, there you go, 44, Roquan, Morrow, Gordon, and Ejax with a difference in this game. It's not that I'm hating on Brisker, but through the defensive tape that we've watched, I haven't seen Brisker like make a difference. Whereas Eddie Jackson's made a couple of difference-making plays. I think Roquan Smith has had a couple of run stops that were a couple yards. Like, he's basically shaving him down from like an 8-yard gain to a 5-yard gain or something like that, and I can appreciate that. This, to me, is what Roquan would theoretically look like in this system if the defensive line was better. But alas, they aren't, and they're not going to play the Texans forever. But my overall core message that I think I could leave here with is the Bears are a real weird team this year. And every single week, they got a real shot at getting a lot better. Now, as people would say in Europe, it's the hope that kills you. So don't get too excited if you don't want to get heartbroken. But the Bears are going to go up against a Brian Daboll-led team. And that team just lost to Cooper Rush. And I get it. Everybody loves Rush. But, like, the Bears happenstantially are playing a division that means that their future is completely in their hands to write. Like, at this point, we've got a very, very interesting, Jeremy, thanks so much for subscribing, a very interesting season ahead of us. Because maybe N'Keal Harry comes in and helps change things. The Patriots beat writers that I'm friends with have all told me he won't. But Velus, I'm really excited about. I had him pegged for a 400-yard season before Fields, was on pace for 1,700 yards. So that changed things. But at this point, if Fields could start turning out 220, 230-yard games, and that's air plus ground. So that'd be like 85 in the air, 40 on the ground, or something like that. Let's see, if I'm betting, do I love betting against if you're betting, do I love betting against the Bears anymore? No problem. I'm not. Yeah, exactly. Haplo, like on pace for 1,700 yards in 17 games. So it's not good, but that's where we are. That's the facts of it. I mean, when people talk about, exactly, Jeremy, we're a team that we can't count out. We are also a team that is looking at historically poor performance in the passing game. And the passing game obviously centers a lot around the quarterback. Do I think, if I'm honest with you, do I think that the Bears would be more passing productive with Trevor Siemian? Heck, I don't know. I mean, it's not like the Bears have had a high bar, right? Like, that's the thing. I love Justin Fields. I do. 100 yards, 5 sacks, 2 picks. It's hard to know. But I think that Fields has plenty of time to get better. Exactly. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You can't just give up on Fields, because even though Allen had an absolutely crazy, third year that had literally never been done, it's important he gets to play out his own string instead of anybody making any decision just based on wins over something as silly as wins and losses in a season like this, which I say, but they could make the playoffs. I don't know. This is a weird year. I think the Giants is a huge game. I'm going to say so. I think it's a huge game for the Bears. This one opens a lot of doors, or it shuts a lot of doors. And if they can win it, whether they win it off of 2 Eddie Jackson pick sixes, whether they win it off of Daniel Jones openly stating, I put money on the Bears, and running out the back of the end zone. This win opens a lot of doors. Ooh. Get me out of my seat, why don't you? Let's see. Eddie sights up 83, jumps involved, and if the throw was any better, it's another pick. Let's see. John, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think he's got to pass the ball, and if I'm honest with you, I hope that... Oh, man. Oh, that hurts, Haplo. Oh, that hurts. I hope that Justin Fields gets asked to do a lot and that he finds a way to do it. I mean, honestly, I hope Justin Fields gets asked to do a very medium amount and that he does something within that. Because, yes, if the Giants blitz, it's going to open more holes in the running game, but also the Giants aren't dingles. They have to know that they've got to stop the run first. But at that point, you guys know about as much as I do. We'll see. Ooh. Tillman was nasty. But so, either way, guys, y'all are awesome. Let's get some sleep. Bears win. Bears win in maybe not convincing fashion, but they win all the same. The running game looks awesome. Very excited about it. And until next time, stick with us. We got 10-minute drill that we'll be filming tomorrow. Probably try to put that out on Friday, something like that. I'll cook up Sack Watch so that you can hear Lester's take on exactly what's going on within the trenches. Oh yeah, well worth the lack of sleep. Case, you say that 12:09 is early for me and everybody knows it. Rip Case. The new show is coming. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe. If you want to know a way to really help the channel, just watch the videos. Even if you don't, just click and then let it go. That helps a lot. And I'm cooking up. I'll tell you guys, I'm cooking up an Eddie Jackson video right now. I'm seeing if I'm writing it in my free time, which is not often, but I'm writing it in my free time, and then I'll cut it together. I'm going to see if I can do one every month and a half. So hopefully Eddie doesn't get hurt, because generally speaking, I have this really horrible record. I'm going to tell y'all this in confidence. You have no idea how many player breakdowns I have almost written, and almost every time I almost write one, it results in a player. No, I have to tell you this so that you know. I had a Tariq Cohen breakdown almost entirely done in 2019 and just didn't quite get it over the finish line, and then decided not to publish it, and then he got hurt. I had a Roquan Smith breakdown all ready to go after the 2018 season, and then 2019 happened and he struggled. I have this really bad exactly. I have this bad habit of so Jordan, if I make a video, generally I end up okay. Because Quinn, for instance, he was hurt, had nerve damage in his foot, and came back and broke the Bears' sack record. And I feel it. Like, I was like, yes. But at this stage, like, my hope is, I did make that Thomas Graham video, which, looking back, rip. But I don't know. Maybe I don't do anything. Like, oh man, John, the Bray video is still one of my favorites. Yeah, Miller. I stand by, Case. Like, Miller was awesome. I am super stoked about, or like still about the player that Miller was. Let's see. Dude say. Yeah, I agree with that, G. 100%. I think if you could trade Montgomery for a receiver, you would love to, but the receiver you'd get back isn't going to make anybody super excited. Blazing, I'm convinced, in Case, that if Miller had okay, so it's hard to understand what's going on between a player's ears. You got to love this. Not Zach Miller, Anthony Miller. Miller was the kind of player that I am of the belief that if he had wanted it, then he would have been awesome. I don't get the vibe that after 2018 he wanted it. And that's okay. I don't know if everybody does. Like, I kind of think he ended his rookie year being like, I made it. I'm the guy. And he's not. And that's okay. Sean, how you doing? About to be done here. But we'll see if I can't cook that up. Should be fun. And until next time, guys, this has been great. Phil's was bad. It can get better. He's only got time. We will talk about it more later. I've got baby stuff to do. And until next time, Bears fans, bear down. And thanks so much for bearing with